Welcome, hi, morning. I'm KEISHA Thompson. I'm the Chief Exec and Artistic Director at Contact. Very lovely to have you in this space, and hello to those of you who are online. Where should I look? Is that you? Hiya. Hello everyone, and my pronouns are she, her. Audio description for anyone who needs it. I'm a 160 centimetre brown skinned woman with braids, and today I'm wearing a leatherette dress, which I feel like it's the right decision. I was looking out the window and I was like, I can't tell, is it raining, is it not? I'm essentially waterproof right now. Not too hot as well, 'cause it's breezy. So yeah, I feel like it was a good decision. With a gold shirt and some Air Max, some red and black Air Max, just to keep me feeling like I'm floating around. So today we are here for the fabulous Claw Leadership Conference, which is about care-fueled leadership, which I think is a brilliant concept and really chimes with what we do here at Contact. We are very much about caring for ourselves, caring for our artists, caring for our audiences. So I really hope that you have gotten that from just coming into the building already, but hopefully by the end of today, you'll really feel that just from the environment, but also from the amazing spread of speakers and activities that we've got lined up for you today. So I'm just going to use the text that was written because why not? Someone's gone through the effort of putting it together, so I should just read it out, shouldn't I? Today is care-fueled leadership, and we're asking, how can you be a caring leader for others and for yourself? Join us for this Emerging Futures third year, exploring the themes around care in leadership and care towards others. Presented by Claw Leadership in partnership with Contact, and this is a progressive space for early career change makers who want to connect, be inspired, and create meaningful change with work. It's never too early to start thinking about your own leadership. And if you've been working in the industry of theatre, dance, visual arts, heritage libraries, or any other art form for at least 1 year, then this is the place for you. We're going to have some keynote speeches from GAYLENE GOULD and NATALIE Lee, Joe Verrant, Paul Smith, Errol Donald, Janet Tam. I'm just running through because we're also going to be hosted by the brilliant Reece Williams, who is my kind of partner in crime. We've worked on loads of things together, and he'll be doing loads of proper intros and stuff for you today. But I just wanted to come and do the welcome, as you do. And I'm really excited to say that we've got a brilliant poet who's going to be wrapping up the day for us called OTOMEWO. So what I need to do now is just run through a bit of the programme for you and then be on my merry way. So we'll start off with, just so you know, you should already know this, I guess, because it started at 10. There are 2 drop-in breakout spaces continually throughout the day. So one in space 3, where we've got Ray Goddard, who's an illustrator, and then one in space 0, which is just at the bottom level going around where the bar area is. And that's a quiet space, just in case you need to break out and have some reflection time. So this is me now at 11 o'clock. And then afterwards, we've got GAYLENE GOULD doing a wonderful keynote speech for half an hour, followed by NATALIE Lee doing another keynote speech. And then we'll have our first panel, which will be hosted by Sarah Cartwright with GAYLENE GOULD and NATALIE Lee. Then we'll have lunch, most important bit, maybe, you might say. Followed by then 2 sessions that are going to be concurrent, so you'll have to decide whether you want to do one or the other. Or like me, you probably jump in between halfway through. No one will be upset. We know what's going on. So in space 1 here, there'll be a big ideas panel, which is going to be Abbas Zahidi, and then we'll also have a leadership hack session in space 2, which is going to be with Errol Donald. Another comfort break, very important. It wouldn't be right if we had a care conference with no breaks. And then we've got another section where it's concurrent. Space 1 here, we've got a panel discussion that I'll be chairing with Joe Verrant, Paul Smith, Janet Tam, Errol Donald. And then alternatively in Space 2, there's a session being led by GAYLENE GOULD. I'm a little bit upset that I'm being like put against GAYLENE GOULD. Like, she's totes going to win. Everyone's going to go chill with GAYLENE. As mentioned, Ella will be wrapping up after the break with her wonderful poetry. And then we'll get our final session with Janice McGuinness, Chloe Osborne, Mandy Quay Vrianda. Sorry if I'm pronouncing anyone's name wrong. And then finally, we'll be wrapping up with the Queen. That is HILARY CARTY, who is the Executive Director of CLAW Leadership. So I just wanted to wrap up by just talking about the theme a little bit. So as mentioned, I was really excited to see that this theme was very much about care. And I was trying to think, what do I have to say about that? And I felt quite validated and galvanised by the movements that I'm seeing in the art sector, but also outside, that feels like people are genuinely taking the concept of care seriously and making changes that actually feel structural. So I was just thinking of some examples I could shout out, and I think the B Corps movement is a good thing to consider, where it's organisations who are not just focusing on, do we maximise profit? Do we just uphold what the shareholders want? So that's something that, if you're not aware of it, I'd say look at B Corps movement. It's come from America, but it's definitely got presence now in the UK. Also, the concept of gross domestic happiness, which there's a brilliant TED talk from a leader from Bhutan about it. But I also saw that when she was in power, Jacinda Ardern from New Zealand was thinking about a similar concept of how does she make policy decisions, but considering kind of like the happiness or the well-being of her population and not just product and capital. And then finally, amazing economists like Kate Raworth, who would be known for her book, Donut Economics, but she's very much about regenerative economics and how can we be green whilst also making money. So they're people that I would shout out. But I thought I'd finish by saying, you know, they're all the big things which are really exciting and help us to kind of feel like the impact and the things that we'll be doing as we walk away from conferences like this can fit into a wider ecology. But I think it's also really important to just think about the small things. So when I started this role, I was trying to think about the moments and the things that made me think that I could even do this. And Matt, my predecessor, when he started, he just nudged me in his first year and was like, you could do this. Like, you should think about this. You could run a building. And I had a lot of people do that for me. And I think that's a great demonstration of being caring, and also an insight into like how leadership begins, because it's not a big kind of posturing or whatever. Like for me, it was just that kind of, there's someone just doing that, saying that to me, and me going, oh, okay, all right, maybe I can. And now I'm here. So I just wanted to share that. And I remember then signing up to various programs and thinking, right, if this is what people think of me, then I need to do a bit of research and workshops and whatever. And I was a part of this program called The Leaders of Tomorrow, and GAYLENE GOULD did a really great talk for us. And I remember, also HILARY CARTY did as well, and both were brilliant. But I remember GAYLENE GOULD talking about her discipline and how she does yoga every morning or does like exercise and make sure that she always has like an hour in the morning that's for herself. And that's the thing that sets her up to then be at her best, to then lead. So that discipline and that note of just a small thing that's just an hour in the day really stuck with me. And then the final thing that I'll share, which is something that we do here at Contact, is an exercise called Elegant Steps. So I'm very much inspired by an author called Adrienne Marie Brown, and she's got a brilliant book called Emerging Strategies, and in it, one of the exercises that she mentions is called Elegant Steps, and I love it because it's about, you know, we all have these big ideas of like leadership and how do we bring in concepts of like care into our organisation, and that can be quite daunting. But she asks you to just break up little steps and pick something that feels achievable. So don't pick something that feels too big, something that you can stride in and feel elegant in. So that's something that we've brought into contact when we have our staff meetings. We always talk about like an elegant step to do with environmentalism or anti-racism or LGBTQ awareness, but there's no pressure. It's just like, what little thing have you done around that? It's like, oh, I spoke to my dad about this word, or, oh, I've read this book, or listened to a podcast, or I attended this workshop. And it's just letting you know that you're doing a good thing, you're going in the right direction, you're making impact. And I think it's a good demonstration of care, because it's about not frenzying yourself and panicking yourself or burdening yourself, and sharing. So that's what I have to say about care. I hope that felt congruent. And yeah, I really hope that you enjoy today and take what you will from it. I think with these things, it's very much about what you put in. And if you're interested in networking or making a note of a book or whatever, I hope that whatever it is that you come with in terms of expectation is met, or at least surpassed even. Yeah, I will now hand over to Reece.
There we are. Good morning. How are we doing, Emerging Futures? We okay? Oh, man, yeah, we're feeling very, what is it? 17 minutes past 11 on a Tuesday morning. Let's try that again. How are we doing, Emerging Futures? We doing okay? All right, that's better. That's better. I'm glad you cared enough to give me a proper good morning. That's lovely. That's lovely. As KEISHA said, I am Reece Williams. I'm going to be your host for today. My pronouns are he and him. Really excited to be here with you all today. We've got an amazing series of keynote presentations, as KEISHA's mentioned, but also some really interesting panels that are going to be taking place. So let me whiz through some really boring housekeeping stuff, and then I will get us into the meaty stuff that we're actually here for. So, as you know, you should know, the program is running from 11 till 6 today. If you hear a fire alarm, I've been told to let you know to wait until I've left safely and then trample each other afterwards. Just wait for instructions from our contact hosts if there is a fire alarm. And again, for those at home that are tuned in, if you hear a fire alarm, you should probably be worried. Make of that what you will. On that, yeah, can we actually give a round of applause for those who are tuned in from home? I hope you are making the most of the opportunity to be kind of dialed in wearing your pajamas, because that's the best way to show care for ourselves, I think. If I could have wore pajamas and got away with it today, I probably would have. That's okay. So, what should we be looking at next? Any more things I need to tell you? Yep, if at any point you just need a bit of quiet time and space, Space Zero, which is on the ground floor, is a space for you just to pop in if you just need to ground yourself, just be away from the noise, just let some of those thoughts sit with you, then you can, of course, take the opportunity to do so. You will have all received a lanyard with the registration today, but again, you can access the full program, speaker biographies, and other program information via the QR code. There are also hard copies for those who need a hard copy over at the registration desk. You would have also picked up a yellow manifesto document during registration and received the PDF version if you're online. As well as being an important and practical part of the final session, this is not a manifesto. The document also contains questions for you to consider throughout the day and space to write notes. So, yeah, lots of provocation for you to be thinking about. Just to let you know as well, as you probably would have noticed as you were coming in, the sessions in Space 1 and Space 2 are being videoed today. So if for any reason you don't want to be videoed, I'm sure you could wave at somebody, maybe one of the hosts, or pull me aside and we'll figure it out, a way of making sure that your identity is protected and you are not on video. If you don't want to be, same goes for photography as well. We've got a photographer in the space who will be kind of popping around. Some notes on live captions. As you can see behind me, there are live captions via text on tap. There will be notes being taken as well, so take as many notes as you possibly can, but there will also be notes that will be circulated afterwards for you to reflect and to build on all the amazing things I'm sure we're going to speak about and hear about today. Yep, as KEISHA mentioned, we've got an artist, OTOMEWO, who's in the space, who is going to present an amazing poem for us. I use the word amazing a lot, get used to it. They're going to present back a poem to us which kind of wraps up all the conversations we've had. And lunch from 1 till 2 o'clock. And there's also going to be a comfort break, as as KEISHA has mentioned before. Last thing to say as well, if you do have any questions throughout the day or any concerns, just contact a member of CLAW leadership staff. They have got the orange lanyards. And again, just wave at me and I can point you in the right direction as well. Yeah, I think I've covered most of the bits. I have covered most of the bits. Well done, me. Okay, so I am now in a moment going to hand it over to GAYLENE Gould, who is going to come and give us our first keynote presentation. And I think it would be wise of me to actually read out their bio, because I think it's pretty remarkable, the work that GAYLENE's doing, and I really want to give space for that. So let's go. GAYLENE Gould is a multidisciplinary artist who creates projects out of a desire for a more compassionately connected world. I think that's an amazing desire to have. She explores a deeper healing relationship with herself and the cultural world through writing, performance, visual making, and broadcast projects. Her participatory live art experiences draw on collaboration, visual art, performance, conversation, play, and ritual to create imaginative spaces for healing exchanges that build compassionate communities. She specializes in site-specific works that connect the buried memories of a place with the memories of the people currently dwelling on the land as a way to more deeply root a sense of self and place. GAYLENE's ideas are also shared through the design of learning and development spaces, notably the Brilliant Roots Network for Cultural Leaders of Colour for CLAW Leadership, and REUP, an immersive research program that explores restorative care practices for leaders. She has a history of cultural leadership, heading up major cultural institutions and projects, including head of cinemas at BFI. She was a cultural ambassador for London, is on the Artistic Advisory Board for Leeds 2023, and the Decolonising Arts Institute, University Arts London. She's a trustee of the Magical Anu Productions in Ireland. GAYLENE is also a cultural broadcaster and is currently the host of the Serpentine podcast. What a bio. Can we put our hands together? Can we stamp our feet? Can we do what we're supposed to do at Emerging Futures? And welcome to the stage, GAYLENE Gould.
Hi, everyone. It's so nice to see you all. Thank you so much for this super warm welcome, this caring welcome, KEISHA and team at Contact, and Reece and everyone. It's probably the best place to do a session on care, I think, Contact, because I think from its inception, it's been a model of how do we create caring spaces, often for people who aren't cared for very much. And that's always been, I think, Contact's brand. So it's fantastic that KEISHA is here as an emblem of all of that. So thank you for having us, KEISHA. And thank you, CLAW Leadership, for asking me to do this. So I'm GAYLENE, as you've heard, pronouns she, her. I'm wearing a vintage, kind of 17th century blouson and jeans today, because I felt like, going back to Reece's thing about being in pajamas, I felt like I really wanted to have a day of comfort today. And so, yeah, that's my vibe, and hi to everybody at home as well. Okay, so I've got half an hour with you. I was thinking that this feels like a bit one of those American commencement speeches, you know, those things you always see on Instagram. And because in a way, as Emerging Futures, this kind of is, you know, it's, you're embarking, you're commencing, you're embarking on this journey into the arts sector. And in many ways, at a time when I feel like I'm disembarking, and not entirely out of the arts, but from a chapter in my life, where, as you heard, that was really born through working with and alongside cultural institutions. Now the questions that are leading me are much more personal, and they're really about how arts and culture can be used to help us touch more intimate places within ourselves, with each other, and with the land that we are walking on. I'm doing this as an artist curator. I'm currently curating creating a healing well project on ancient healing land in King's Cross, London, and also as an explorer of transformative ideas, as we heard, host of Serpentine Gallery's podcast, Big Ideas podcast. And I'm also doing this restorative care practice research project alongside and with, in partnership with Claw Leadership. And that's what I'm here to share with you today. So throughout, I might be sharing some difficult things, actually, but I promise all ends well. So throughout, though, it might be worth us grounding a little bit, taking a breath. So, and we'll probably do that a few times throughout, and it's always a really nice way to start, especially if you're in a room full of people you don't know very well. So, for those of you who haven't done this before, see how this feels. So I'm going to invite you to close your eyes for a second. And I'd like you, I've seen some people do it already, very wise, place both feet on the floor. Because there is a floor. There's something holding us up. So I'd really love you to feel that. So I'm going to invite us to collectively take a breath in together, hold for 2, then release together. So if we breathe in, hold, and then let it go. We'll do it again. Another deep breath in. Hold, and this time make the out breath a little bit longer than the in breath. Really take your time with it. And on the third breath, we're going to breathe in, and as we're breathing in, we're going to feel all of these friendly, lovely people who's sharing space with us today. And we're going to breathe out our gratitude for that. Okay, you can open your eyes or keep them closed if you like. It's totally up to you. Whatever feels right. So, right, let's start. I'm going to talk a bit about the arts, because this presumably is why you're all here. You're embarking on this world. And no one taught me how to navigate this world. No one knew on the council estate that I grew up on in Leicester. And it took me many years of working in the arts to find out how to work in the arts. So heads up, this is not going to surprise many of you, but the arts are fueled primarily by passion. And it is for me anyway, and many I've worked with over the years. And I still have passion, which sees me making decisions that my accountant would rather me not make. However, this career often makes for a magical, deeply connecting, soul-expanding life, which many other sectors can't boast. And we are lucky, or we have chosen our paths well, when we get to experience those transcendent moments that move us to see ourselves and the world differently, that help us to connect in profound ways to strangers, that reveal to us how the world could be, that gives us a taste of a more whole, healthy way of being. And literally, art is the only career that has all of that in the job description. Nothing else is set up to do just that. It helps us to feel, and feeling things can transform us. That's the good news. But given the way the world right now is increasingly being shaped, the economic gap between wealth and poverty widening to dangerous levels, the uncompromising shift away from arts and culture as a viable career. Am I hearing Mickey Mouse courses? Despite the creative industries being one of the highest grossing in the country. The increasingly hostile environment to immigrants and the global movements of people in general, despite global movement being the thing that has always been key to Britain's growth. Talking of global movement, the refusal to embrace ways to have a nuanced, creative exploration of the global roots of empire that founded modern Britain, the most significant global movement of people in recent history. Onto this, the vicious, high-level cultural debating of the intimate and vulnerable lives of trans and queer peoples and the decreasing support for the physically disabled. And the world burning up around us while fossil fuels investment continues on regardless. Now, I bring this real world in to say that never before have we needed artistic responses, reparative perspectives, and as artist Hatain Patel calls, acts of proposition. We're going to have to squinch our eyes shut and muster all the imagination we can to navigate our way to a more caring, connected, compassionate, and quite frankly, functional way of being together. We really are. Never before has art had a purpose to shine a bright, idealistic beacon that might help us and offer a direction through this foggy time. So let's take another breath. Let's just close our eyes again. It's kind of heavy stuff. Feel your feet on the floor. We're here now. Despite all of that, we're here now. And let's take a really big breath in, and we're going to breathe in that really bright light, that idea of art being this thing that can offer us some kind of a beacon. And let's breathe it out. So it's perfect, it's wonderful that Claw is holding this day on care, and that finally we can speak about care and leadership in the same sentence. Because at the root of this global challenge, we've got to grapple with and understand what care might mean and where and how to administer it. The great thing is, and thank you so much, KEISHA, for giving some great examples of care practices. We have loads in the arts. We have so much great practice. The word curator is based on the Latin word for care. Theatre directors and producers can gather together large groups of strangers and find ways to create collective magic over really short periods of time. Socially engaged practitioners have developed generations of deft and care-filled processes to work with vulnerable people and communities. Arts collectives have found ways to support and platform each other. Because art practice is by nature relational. And I've always wondered why more leadership programs don't study the way that artists make work in concert with each other. It's quite brilliant. It's really sensitively done. There are so many examples of great practice, but the examples of bad leadership practice in the arts and creative industries, leading to bullying and abuse, can be so extreme they end up making the headlines. And there are reasons for that. There are reasons why I believe that the arts are vulnerable to becoming uncaring professional spaces. And for those of you coming in from more formal sectors or from formal education, you might be surprised by the informality of our sector, the lack of systems, the lack of accountability. As outside the large institutions, freelance culture underpins the arts world. Contracts are often short and not grandly paid, unless you're in the creative industries, but even then, we're seeing how the strikes are even reaching Hollywood. Inside the cultural institutions, with so few of them, turnover is sluggish, leading to internal stagnation and a lot of pretty disgruntled people. Money is constantly tight in the funded sector, and there's that passion again, a culture that says you have to do what it takes to get the show on or to get ahead. That can lead to unsafe situations. So basically, if the arts were a person, we would be suffering from stress-related symptoms. We would be running on the sympathetic nervous system, which is basically, it feeds off the chemical compounds of adrenaline and cortisol. Adrenaline, as you know, you need it to run fast, to sprint. Cortisol is like the worry drug that wakes us up at 3 a.m. Both of them have a use, but they don't help us make the best decisions. We'd be shallow breathing, constantly hypervigilant, snappy, short-tempered, finding it difficult with all the mounting pressures to see a long-term way out. And I've been all of these, by the way, on particular jobs I've worked on. But living this way in the long term can have long-term effects. And at some point, we would be taking time off sick, stating burnout. And this, in fact, is the case for many arts leaders today. The past few years, leaders have had to help organizations, projects, and people navigate treacherous waters, struggling through an unprecedented pandemic, into a cost of living crisis, fueled by rising energy costs, and massive transformations in the world of work. Fun, hey? Aren't you glad you're here? No, listen, but the truth is, the reason why I'm saying all of this is because I believe that arts leadership, specifically arts leadership, cultural leadership, requires a special layer of training, which isn't to deal with the day-to-day job, but to deal with the day-to-day effects of leading a precarious sector. And that's where restorative care practices come in. So I'm going to give you a little shot of a restorative care practice right now, because that's kind of heavy stuff. That's background stuff, and it's useful to know it's there. So we're going to do another breath. I got you. So close your eyes. Feel your feet on the floor. The floor's still there. We're still here. And we're going to take a breath in, but this time I want you to place your hand really tenderly on your heart. And just take a deep breath into that area and out again. Okay, cool. Thank you. So if you open your eyes, and if you can run the PowerPoint, just let it run in the background now, please. That would be great. So, images you're about to see are from a program that I've been running with CLAW Leadership called Re-Up, and I'll give you a bit of a background story to that. So in 2019, I was asked by Queen Hilary CARTY, that is Hilary's official title, so I hope you use that today, Director of CLAW Leadership, to convene a space for Black, Asian, ethnically diverse cultural leaders to meet. And it was as part of the Arts Council's Transforming Leadership program. At the time, I was recovering from a period of burnout. I'd quit my job due to stress-related illness, and I was in a period of healing. I called the space we created Brilliant Roots to denote the kind of extra sauce that global majority leaders can often bring into the sector, but also the extraordinary roots that they find their way through. Little did we know in 2019 what was on the horizon, and I won't need to go over with you what happened next. Suffice to say, 3 years on, I was working with a group that was clearly suffering from the effects of the pandemic, the grief and the rage from the visualized murder of George Floyd, and spinning off from that, the cultural revolution that his death spurred. While we can now see how that period led to cultural diversity being taken a lot more seriously in arts leadership, albeit for predominantly African Caribbean as opposed to other marginalized ethnic groups, it also led to a sudden and forced frontlining of individuals who had previously remained overlooked. It was a lot. It was a lot for them, and it was a lot for myself, who was trying to undergo a period of healing throughout all of this. So last year, I decided to develop a program around what I call restorative care practices as a way to focus on the support, on the question of how we might support leaders to put on their own oxygen mask first in order to lead a stress-filled sector through stressy times. How might we make personal and collective support strategies as important as other organizational resilience strategies? That's the question I'm exploring. It's important to say that restorative care strategies need to sit alongside other strategies that help us face up to and find liberatory approaches to some of the challenges we face. It's not a sticking plaster to ignore the inherent stresses in the sector, but it might be a way for us to face them holistically. So I devised a program called Re-Up, and Re-Up is an old-fashioned, is it? Yeah, it's scrolling through. Scrolling through, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. So you'll see some of the images of some of the people that took part in the program that we ran. So re-up is a Black British term. If you grew up in the 80s like I did, you might know this term, and it means to engage in restorative practices. We used to use it to say we're going raving. What are you doing on the weekend? Going for a re-up, man, going for a re-up. So I love this idea. I feel like it's the only phrase that describes that feeling. And I situated the program around 5 pillars: care, mind, body, creative intuition, and kinship. And we explored each of those areas through talks, workshops, creative practices, many of which you'll be doing today, and peer kinship circles, developed by a wide range of POC artists, practitioners, psychotherapists, and thinkers. And we kicked off with an immersive experience as a gift and to offer a taster of the program. Restorative care practices is embodied. It involves the whole body, and it's designed to counteract the effects of stress and chemical imbalance that I outlined earlier. Kicked off with care, because care means to create the conditions. For me, care means to create the conditions that all can flourish, including yourself, ourselves. So we looked at how we might create care strategies for our teams and communities as well as ourselves. We looked at how to support ourselves through breath, that you've just experienced, through boundaries, and even imaginative exercises like bringing our ancestors to work with us. Body, we looked at how ways in which we can work with the body throughout the day to release stress, hip openers and touch that helps us ground. Mind, lots of mindfulness type practices that help us slow us down, curated time off the shop floor, including my Listening to Yourself workshop, which I'll be running twice this afternoon. We embedded creative practices throughout, encouraging those who may have lapsed creative practices, as well as those who don't, to pick up the needle, to write songs, sing, move. It was more than a bit of fun. Creative flow practices are a fantastic way to allow our brains to vacate the problem-solving nodes and light up in different ways. It makes our brains work better. And finally, but probably most importantly, which is what you're doing today, kinship connection. Connection with like-minded people, finding ways to support each other. Underpinning all of this is the ethos of self-compassion to counteract the inherent drive that often comes with many leadership roles. Compassion is kindness in response to suffering, and first invites us to admit and pay attention to the moments of suffering that we might be encountering throughout the day, and then to show ourselves a little kindness and gentleness in response. That might result in a little pause, like you've been taking, a little hand on the heart, a breath. And believe it or not, just that action, what you've done, gives yourself a shot of serotonin. And serotonin is the chemical that balances out the adrenaline and the cortisol, okay? And in that space, it triggers the parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest nervous system. And from the rest and digest space, that's where deeper wisdom lies. You want to be making decisions from that space. So, like KEISHA said, and I love that KEISHA remembers this, and I really wish I did an hour every day, every morning, after Instagram, scrolling through Instagram. But it's hard, right? But the suggestion is that around 30 to 45 minutes a day of doing a mix of reflective, creative, simple movement practices will create a more kind, open, internal caring space. It will balance off the stress of the day. I'll follow this up with a research paper, which I did with University of Reading, that sits on the CLAW website. You may have been sent a link, but you're happy to go and read that. And as part of that research, 5 cultural leaders and myself undertook this 30 to 45 minutes a day challenge for 3 months with really remarkable results. We found more sustainable ways through personal challenges. Relationships were healed, actually, which was really surprising and beautiful, with compassion and care. Creative voices and joy were found. One participant ended by saying, you know what, I can't not do this anymore. My life depends on it. So starting a new practice, even one that's 30 minutes a day, is pretty hard. And so kinship, finding a group to practice, becomes quite important. So the good thing is to know is we will be launching the Re-Up program again in the autumn. That's specifically with the one with CLAW for global majority leaders, but also we'll be running a range of other related programs, Re-Up related programs from the autumn. So I'll be around today. Come along to the Listening to Yourself workshop. You can have a little taster, and we can send you more information about that later. So, in conclusion, how to be a care-led leader, I believe, means learning how to be attentive to and take care of your own care needs. If we're able to do that first, we're then able to meet the world and others from a much more resourced, restorative, caring place. That's it. I'll be around for some more questions afterwards. So thank you so much for your time.
Can we give another round of applause, please, for Gaylene? One. Okay, we've got some sound. Really interesting to hear about the program, I'm sure, and just thinking about all the things that can get in the way of thinking in a care-minded way. So thank you so much for that, Gaylene. Really insightful. In a moment, I'm going to welcome to the stage our next keynote speaker for the day, and that is Natalie Lee. So again, I was reading in the back before just the bios of the speakers you've got today. Absolutely phenomenal caliber of professionals in the space. So Natalie Lee began her career as a midwife before starting her fashion blog, Style Me Sunday, in 2012. Over nearly a decade, it has grown and evolved into so much more than just fashion. Natalie's passion is supporting people, especially those from marginalized communities, through their struggles to finding joy, through sharing her own battles and triumphs with her strong following of over 100K followers on Instagram. How do you get to 100,000 followers? I mean, phenomenal. Throughout this time, she has run events such as the Warrior Woman Project with Dove, co-hosted a podcast called The Everything Project, been a speaker and panelist more times than she can count, taken part in a television program or two. She has a subscription community called Healing Myself, and she has worked with a huge variety of boutique and household name brands. She published her debut book with Penguin, Feeling Myself, last year. I think that deserves a round of applause in and of itself. And that book is all about shedding sexual shame and finding freedom. And she's currently working on book number 2. I'm really delighted to welcome to the stage Natalie. Is Natalie in position to come on? Are we set? Excellent. Can we give a massive round of applause, please, for Natalie?
Okay, I'm going to try and read this, but my hay fever is like playing up. So my eyes are all glossy, and anyway, I'm here. Hello. You actually answered back. Thank you so much. Does anyone know who I am and why I'm here? No, me neither. Me neither. No idea, but hopefully by the end of the talk, we will both know. But thank you for that introduction. That was great. It helped me. I am a content creator. I am also training to be a counsellor. I'm also a mother, and I run courses on manifesting, and I have published a book called Feeling Myself. Actually, which leads me on to this morning. This morning, I had forgotten my moisturiser. But I didn't forget my lube. So what do? I put lube on my face. So if you see my face having a good time, just leave it alone. So I didn't hear Gaylene's chat because I was deep breathing about this. So I don't know if she spoke about community, but I think one of the things that is really important to me is community. And leadership is all about sort of nurturing that community. Who has a tricky relationship here with their family? I promise I won't tell them. You know, a lot of us do. A lot of us do have difficult relationships with people around us. This is so bright, actually. This is really hard for me to see you. Anyway, and, you know, one of the things about building community is building connection around, you know, with people who you can lean on and support. Because, I don't know, well, my family are tricky and I can't tell them anything. So I need to, you know, formulate that sort of support network around me. And I think that's a really, really important aspect of leadership. And you can have different communities for different things. You know, if you're into S&M, have a kink community. If you're into whatever you're into, have whatever community you need to support you when you need it. One of the things I think is really important also is self-awareness. I am studying to be a counsellor, as I said. I know that I have an anxious attachment style, so I do need feedback, and I do need you to like smile at me and nod and like clap. That's one of the things I need. Otherwise, I'm going to ruminate and just get, everyone hates me. Right, that's it. I'm leaving. No one likes me. So yeah, I do need some feedback. Thank you. When I can see you. That is exactly what I need. Thank you so much. What else was I going to say? And so, yeah, leave your Britishness behind for just a few minutes and actually interact with me. I know it's really hard. Right, so back to the shit families and the reason why we need community. I did say I wouldn't swear, but I'm trying. I am trying really hard. My work is all about community. I've built a community on Instagram because I needed it. When I was pregnant with my second daughter, I think, I was really lonely. I was really sad and really lonely. And that's when I started the blog. And when I started talking about like body issues, this is like over 10 years ago. I needed to have that outlet. I needed to have people that were like, do you know what, me too. This is really hard. Being a mum is lonely, and sometimes it's just isolating and you can feel quite sad. So the reason why I kind of built that community and I did get to 100K followers was because I was just really vulnerable and just really honest and just shared like my stretch marks and, you know, wobbly bits and how I really felt about my body. I think that's really important in leadership. So whether you work alone or whether you work for a really big company, connection is really important. We know that connection is what has a significant impact on your well-being. In fact, it's probably the most important determinant for your happiness. So, even though I'm a bit anxious attachment, but I also got a bit of avoidant attachment in there as well. Connecting with people who I don't know is really quite hard sometimes. And I'm sure you sometimes struggle to connect with people. You know, you're kind of like in your little bubble, aren't you? And it's actually really, you have to be really brave to like have those conversations. Even if you're traveling in, you know, going on a tube or the train, like just talking to the person next to you and just saying like, oh my God, I love your shoes or something like that. You'll instantly feel yourself, like feel a little bit better. And yeah, I'm going to be really horrible to you now. And I'm going to ask you to speak to somebody next to you and notice something about them and just mention it or whatever you want to do. But I'm going to give you a few minutes to have a conversation. And if you're not next to anyone, you're going to have to move. But I want you to just say something to someone, and then I want you to see how you feel afterwards. Go for it. So how did that feel? Who's willing to let me know? Do you feel a little bit more connected with the people around you, and do you feel a little bit in the room now? Yeah, good. It is a bit awkward, isn't it? But actually, like once you get past that bit, it's just really good, isn't it? You just feel so much better. Anyone like still in excruciating pain over that? Or you survived? I should have set my thing up and known what I was talking about next, shouldn't I, in that time, but hey. So connections that's where your sweet spot is. You can do all the work on your own. You could go to years of therapy. I've had years of therapy. I'm still not fixed. But one thing you will get the most out of is connections and being vulnerable and talking and opening yourself up for criticism and feedback and all of that. And that's what you get when you build a community. So we're talking about leaders, leading with care. I want to know from you what you think makes a good leader. Who wants to shout, either shout out or the mic? I did ask for a mic, but you got one. Go. Right, who's willing to connect with me in chat? Yes.
That's all right. Willingness to not know all the answers.
Yes. Willingness to fuck up. Oh my God, and actually admit it. That's so important. Sorry. I think, and that's also about leading with vulnerability as well, not pretending I've got all my shit together and, I know what I'm doing, because ultimately no one really does. No one knows what they're doing. We're all just trying to get through the best we can. What else? Authenticity. I think authenticity is huge.
Natalie, hiya.
Oh,
We've got more than shared online, a listener. A leader is a listener.
Being a really good... sorry, I didn't... No, I'm not going to joke. That's stupid. That is a really good point. Being a listener is one of the most important things, I think, about leading and about being in community. And then, with my counselling course, that's one of the things that I have had to work on hugely. How do you listen without actually giving advice and fixing their problem? That's a really, really difficult skill to actually, learn and have. Because so many of us are like, when you have a conversation with your friend, it's like, I didn't want your advice. I just wanted to talk. Sorry. Just listen. It's so important to listen. What else? What else makes a good leader? Explain that to me a little bit more. I can't see. Who's talking? Oh, who is talking? Oh, right. Yeah. And that also plays into listening, doesn't it? Because if you don't have time to actually listen to people, people don't feel heard, people don't feel valued, and that is not being a good leader. What else?
Self-reflection and willingness to keep growing.
Yeah. Self-awareness is huge in terms of being a good leader. And, asking for feedback. The only way you can become more self-aware is if you're willing to listen, if you're willing to ask for feedback from people, and you're willing to hear stuff that might not be comfortable to hear. What else? Yeah? How are you going to do that? There's a really, really big process to developing that trust. It's so important to the relationship that you have with those around you. It's really important your community trusts you. So important. Thank you for bringing that up. Anything else?
Yes. Making people feel valued.
How are you going to do that?
By communication. Having communication on a one-to-one basis, on a regular basis too.
Yeah. I hate a lack of communication. I hate a lack of clarity. Tell me exactly what you mean. Do not let me have to do the emotional work of trying to figure out the bits in between the words, because I can't stand it, and you will lose me if you don't explain clearly, often. Just repeat it as many times as you need to. People need communication. The more that you, obviously, anxious attachment, the more that you leave people in the dark and you don't let them know, their head goes spiraling. The key to a good leader is about really good communication, really good clarity, and keep it happening often. Anything else?
A person who values the balance of life, if that makes sense. I'm here.
What?
Hiya.
Sorry. They handed the mic over there, so I was down there, sorry.
I'm saying a person who values the balance of life and different priorities outside of work.
Exactly. Being a good leader is about role modelling. It's about showing them that actually you prioritise your own well-being first, because if you don't, you're just going to burn out and you're not going to be any good to anyone. So it's really important that you lead like that, and that everyone else then is able to express when they need a break, when they, work is hard. We all burn out sometimes. We sometimes need somebody to say, do you know what, it's okay to not be productive all the time. It's okay to take rest. If you can take a break, recently, wow, I had such a bad breakdown. It was really hard. I was going through a breakup. I was losing friends left, right, and centre. I was in my shedding stage, clearly. And I was really struggling. And I went on social media and I said, I'm going through a really hard time right now. I am going to have a break, not that anyone needs to know that I'm having a break, because look, if you don't come up on their feed, they ain't going to know you're having a break. You don't have to announce, I'm having a break. I wasn't doing it for that. I was, just doing it so that it gives other people permission to go, I don't have to keep going all the time, every single day. I don't have to post every single day. I can actually just, be okay for a few days and just sit quietly, alone in a dark room, crying. Anything else that makes a good leader?
Context. I'm here.
Where are
Second row.
Yes, thank you.
Context. It's kind of connected to the clarity and communication. It's about giving people context about why decisions are being made, or where you're coming from that day, or even why you've invited them to the meeting that they're in, about giving people as much context and information.
Yeah, exactly. And that's all to do with clarity and communication, and making sure you work on that as much as you possibly can, because you're right, it really is important. I also think being a good leader is about empathy and vulnerability, showing that you're human. This is everything we've kind of been discussing. I mean, I lead with my heart. I have to kind of go with where I am at that point in time. Obviously, not everyone is going to lead like that, but I do think it's really important to be vulnerable and say, you know what, I'm not having a good day. I need you to know that now is not the time when I'm going to be the best person to listen to every trauma that you've ever had in your life. Now's not the time. So let's do it another time. And somebody said it, who said it? Don't be afraid of messing up. That's where the magic happens. Somebody said about, often many of us feel broken. I don't know about you, but I do. But it's the bit in between the cracks. That's where the gold is. That is where the gold is. So you might be broken. You might feel broken, but that doesn't mean you're defective. Actually, your brokenness is where the magic is. So don't be afraid of expressing that brokenness. That also paves the way for other people to be really honest and really vulnerable with you. I also think being a good leader is about having difficult conversations. Having the conversations that no one else wants to have. Being okay to sit in that vulnerability, being okay to stick your head above the parapet and go, actually, that's not acceptable. That's really important when it comes to leadership. Leadership is not about people pleasing. So if you don't think you're ready quite yet to be able to stick your hand up and have those difficult conversations and advocate for people around you who might not be able to advocate for themselves, then maybe it's not the right time. You need to do a little bit more work on how to become that leader. Because people need people to stand up for them. People need people who will be honest. So it's really important to have those difficult conversations. Somebody, I think one of my mentors once said to me, if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. Have you heard that? Have you heard that quote before? And I think it's really important. You can't be everyone's friend when you're a leader. You just can't. It's just not possible. And if you don't have, strong opinions and strong values, then I'm not sure if you can be a good leader. You might think differently. So, leadership. What else? Ego. What about the ego when it comes to leadership? Because I think leadership possibly invites people who have quite big egos. I think we all know who I'm thinking about, don't we? Do we? Orange hair? Yeah. That's a problem, isn't it? And obviously, there has to be a certain amount of ego, because I wouldn't be standing up here if I didn't have that ego. But is the ego going to be too big that it's going to be all about you and no one else? Having a really big ego gets in the way of being a good leader. And if you're leading from a place of insecurity, then you'll be absolutely terrible. I feel like this needs to be a bit more upbeat, huh? I'm just like, all the reasons why you can't be a leader. But leadership is about wanting a better future for the collective. And that's really important. Leading isn't just about you. It's about, I've got these really good, they might be ideals, but I really want to share that. I really want to share that with the community. I really want to push that out into the world. So figuring out what your values are and identifying with people around you who share the same values and trying to make an impact. Try and make an impact. The other thing, I don't even know if I can say this word, reciprocity? Reciprocity? How do you say it? Yes. Reciprocity. Leadership is not just a one-way street. It is not about you leading and everyone following. Leadership is about demonstrating good leadership skills like empathy, communication, as we've said, support and vulnerability. But it's showing that because you want to get that back as well from everyone else. So don't be afraid of saying to your community what you need as well. And that's about, somebody said about taking breaks and, knowing when you can't do certain things. Being really self-aware when you know you're at the limits of your ability. And remembering that you're most likely going to be leading adults. People are adults. Treat them like adults. Really, it's really important that we remember that and we don't just tell people what to do, because that's just rubbish. No one wants that. So, how can we lead better? I've got a community group that I set up called Healing Myself. Definitely came from like a selfish place, because I need a community around me. I need to heal in community. As I said, I can do all the work with my therapist. There's only so much you can do. There's something about that connection in community that you can't get on your own. There's something about stepping outside the door and connecting with people and not just being isolated, alone, on your own. It's really, that's where the growth and the magic happens. So I want to know from you, what suggestions do you have about how we can lead better in general? How can we lead better? What's missing now? What do we need to do? Anyone? Yeah. Yeah, that's a great one, actually. I think we do. It's really, and I guess that's about being reflective as well. Did you say that? Did you say being reflective before? Yeah, no. But I think celebrating, not forgetting that it's not just about moving forward all the time. It's actually about looking back and reflecting on how far we've come. How often do we do that? Not very often at all. So, yeah, leading is about showing vulnerability, being brave, role modeling, saying when you mess up, and communicating, communication, clarity, saying what you need. And yeah, I am going to be wrapping up now. I am going to be really vulnerable. I'm going to say I'm a single woman and I haven't been touched for a very long time. So right now, I just need a hug. So who's going to come up and actually give me a hug? I'm going to lead with vulnerability. So let me put myself out there. Come on. Hey! And that's it. That's me. So I think we're going to have a discussion now. Maybe that's not my job to say that. But I think you can ask questions then. So, yeah, thank you.
Natalie, I'm going to give you a... We're going to...
Thank you.
Hello, audience, here and at home. It's lovely to meet you. I'm Sarah, and my pronouns are she, her, and according to my teenage daughter, I am dressed like a children's television presenter today. So there you go. I'm so chuffed to be asked to facilitate a conversation between Gaylene and Natalie and you. And this is an unrehearsed conversation, isn't it? So, but I think before we dive in and I ask what questions you have for Gaylene and for Natalie, I think it'd be great for you to have a chat in trios, just to give you time to reflect on what you have taken away from both these brilliant keynote speeches. So 5 minutes. If you see someone sitting on their own, can you please go and sit with them? So 3s or 4s, what have you taken away from the keynote speeches and what questions have you got? And then I'll check back in with you and we can kick off the conversation. Over to you and I'll chat to them. Okay, everyone, shall we come back together? Welcome back together. Welcome back, everyone at home. Just to give you the heads up on what's happening, we'll chat together till 1 p.m. and then we're going to have lunch. And Kate is managing all the questions coming through on Zoom, so I just need to make sure I keep my eye on Kate. What I'll do is I'll have a wee chat with Gaylene and with Natalie first, and then I'll come to you for lots of questions. So, Natalie, you were doing deep breathing during Gaylene's discussion. I completely get that. So, Gaylene, putting you on the spot, if you had to summarise in a couple of minutes for Natalie, what your key points in your keynote were, what would you say?
The connection is that I think the foundational space for grounding from which we can enter the world is through the space of self-compassion and making space for whatever's going on for us in any given moment. And you can do it moment to moment if you choose. And it's often the thing in leadership that we're in the world of work, that there's not space made for that. So we're doing, but we're not checking in and feeling. That's basically, I guess, it.
Thank you. This is a question for both of you. Working as a coach, so many people that I work with will say, I don't have time for self-care. What would you say to that? I'll start with you, Gaylene, and then Natalie. I don't have time for it.
Well, I would say that we together through our session did 3 or 4 moments of that, and it took probably 10 seconds. So that you could go to a spa for a week, yes please, or you could just like, whew, all right, that's okay, you're all right. You could just do that. You know what I mean? Like, to me, both of them are giving you serotonin. Both of them are balance you out a little bit. So it can be as much or as little as you like.
Thank you, Gaylene. I shared with Gaylene that when we did the exercise with the hand on the heart, I felt quite emotional, just like that one moment. So thank you. Natalie, what would you say?
Well, I would probably similar to you, but not in such a nice way. I would say if you don't have time for self-care, it just means that you're not prioritizing self-care. Self-care is really easy. As you said, to get little snippets. And another thing is, what are you scared of? If you don't have time for self-care, if you're not prioritizing self-care, what are you scared of? That's what I would ask. Are you scared to sit with yourself alone? That's quite exposing and confronting for some people. That's what instantly kind of brings up in my mind when somebody says, I haven't got time for self-care. It means you're too busy being busy.
Yeah.
It means you don't want to sit with yourself. And why?
I think that's really important. And there's what I loved about your session, Natalie, was the wonderful conversations I had with my new friend and inviting us that so much of our growth and connection is in relationship. And I would also say the shocking thing about leadership, especially if you're the only leader of an organization, is that falls away a bit. You have to sit with yourself. You have to sit with yourself as a leader. You can't go, there's certain things it's very difficult to do, is to go and hang out with your peeps and be like bitching about me. We're gonna bitch about me. Do you know what I mean? Like you can't, there's certain things that makes it really difficult to do. And that I think is the shock when people I've coached who have stepped up from a team into a leadership position. It's that loneliness of suddenly there are decisions you have to make that only you can make. And so that sitting with yourself is really good to practice. Yeah.
Thank you so much. There's another theme that comes up a lot in organisations, and I would say particularly in arts and culture, where, of course, the focus and the desire to demonstrate care-fueled leadership, and at the same time needing to deliver in really tough circumstances. And I was just wondering for you, How do those two things sit alongside each other, kind of like driving for results at the same time, really caring for well-being in people? And Natalie, just start with you first this time.
That's a hard one, because I'm not part of the corporate world. So I'm like, just because you think it's busy doesn't mean I think it's bloody, you know, not busy. Just because you think it's urgent doesn't mean I think it's urgent. I don't need to get back to your email 5 minutes after you've sent the fucking email. You know, I'm going to get back when I'm good and ready. And so I don't have that sense of urgency, and I would really caution against it, you know, trying to be so productive and so results driven is really quite damaging to our health. But it is business, and I don't really know what the compromise is, but there's got to be some sort of compromise. And I think that's probably down to your leader advocating for you and saying, no, actually, that's too much. It's not, you know, this person can't do that.
Thank you. Thanks, Natalie. What about you, Gaylene?
I think that's the kicker question, I think. I suppose if I'm coming from a place of self-compassion, the self-compassion voice will go, this is really hard. We've got to get here, and yet I can see the team are on their knees. This is a moment of suffering. It's really hard. And I'm wondering whether your beautiful invitation, which is how do we open ourselves vulnerably to our teams, maybe that's a moment that this is hard, guys. I don't quite know how to do this. We're on our knees, we're knackered, but we've got to deliver this thing. And then maybe that openness allows a conversation maybe to emerge, allows maybe new perspectives that you hadn't thought of, because when you're exhausted, your best ideas don't come. The self-compassion voice is just to acknowledge it's hard. You know what I mean? Sometimes that's just the beginning.
Yeah. Thank you. And one other question from me, then opening it up to everybody else. Another theme that comes up when speaking to people in this sector, arts and culture, is that people find it far easier to advocate for others and care for others and ask for things for others. But when it comes to asking for things for themselves, that feels selfish or self-oriented. And that comes up a lot, particularly when people want to, for instance, ask for a salary rise or a promotion. It feels, self-enriching. So what would you say to that, starting with you, Gaylene?
That's a great question, and I can see there are many women presenting people in the room, and I think there is a kind of gendered training. You know, hopefully that's changing. I think it's changing, but definitely when I was coming up, which is you definitely didn't advocate for yourself as, you know, if you were born a woman, you advocated for other people, you reserved that for supporting other people. So I guess I've had to learn that a little bit. And this, again, my self-compassion practice has helped, because it helps me to understand what's really important to me. Is this really important? And if it is, you know, I actually had an experience recently where I had to literally say that, like, I would advocate. If this was somebody else, I would advocate for them. Therefore, I must for myself. Like, if that's my belief, that's my values base, then I must do that, you know. And it was really hard to do it, because it's definitely not something I'm comfortable in doing. But going back, I loved where you ended. the pessimist Gaylene was like, oh, I love all that. Difficult, because part of the thing of leadership is having difficult decisions, is saying things that make you uncomfortable. And that might be one of them, you know.
So it's getting comfortable with feeling uncomfortable and having the confidence in giving yourself permission to do it as well. Natalie, what would you add?
So I heard this quote the other day that really resonated with me. And a woman said, I learnt unworthiness before I knew what worthy was.
Yes.
Now, most of us feel unworthy before we even know what it is. Yeah. And if you come from a place of unworthiness, if you come from a place of I don't deserve this, how are you going to advocate for yourself? How? So we have to build that up. And that's not easy. It's not easy.
Thank you so much. Quick, sneaky question in, and I'm definitely coming to you, definitely coming to you. From both Gaylene and Natalie, how do you build your self-worth? I know, I've got to do it. It's a follow-up question,
I led you
right?
up to that. Exactly.
Come on.
You've got to put it in the back of the net, Natalie. Come on.
You're going to have to go now.
Even just what's the first step to knowing your worth? What is the first step?
What has, it's so lovely hearing your journey. What has one thing that has helped you, you know what I mean, along the journey?
I mean, look, I think in terms of like confidence and worthiness and all of that, it goes up and it goes down. Recently I had a heartbreak, still in deep recovery. I'm joking, by the way, I'm okay. I'm on the dating scene. But I was distraught and I felt like I was on the floor and my worthiness, nothing. I felt like nothing. And you know, we get into these like codependent habits and you look at other people to bring up your worthiness, and I guess that's what I was doing in my relationship. And then it ended and then I was like, where am I? Who am I? And so I really had to pick myself up off the floor, and I guess sitting with myself, I had to sit with myself again. Oh man, that's so uncomfortable. It can be so uncomfortable. I took myself, I know it sounds so cheesy and cliche, but I took myself out on dates. I was like, what do I love again? Because I've been in a relationship for so long, and you kind of merge into like, is that what I like or is that what they like? And you don't like ask yourself those questions so much. So I had to really go back to basics. I had to get back in touch with that inner child. I had to, you know, go to the dance class. I had to go out and have dinner on my own. And, you know, that's quite hard. You look around and everyone's in a couple and you think all eyes are on you. They're looking at that lonely, sad person there crying. But they're not. No one gives a shit. No one cares. No, and it's actually so liberating. The other day, I went to the cinema at 2:00 just because I could, on my own. I went to see Chevalier, is it? Chevalier?
I don't know.
It's really good. And I loved it. And I was sitting there with my pick and mix and my popcorn, feeling like a queen. I felt so empowered because I've done something that I wanted to do. I'd gone back to me. So,
which is self-care.
Yeah, and that's how you pick your worthiness up. You go back within. You can't get your worthiness from other people. Yes, we all want validation. Tell me I look nice daily, please. Tell me I'm pretty. Tell me I'm intelligent. But you can't rely on that. You can't rely on that to make up your worth. It's a lovely little cherry on the top. That's all it is.
TED Talk from Natalie. TED Talk. Okay, it is over to you. So please raise your hands if you have questions. And you can say if it's for Gaylene or Natalie or both. I can see you here. Hi.
Hello. It's for both. I just wanted to get both of your approaches. I imagine like a lot of us in this room are either self-employed or running really small organizations, and we often come up against big organizations with power and resource, limited though that may be in this sector, but relationally limited. And I'm also really aware, as I always am in these training things, that there's not loads of men here, and generally those are the people who are in positions of power and that we're coming up against. How do you approach it when you have these values of care and you want to pass that on to your team and the people that you're bringing onto a project, but actually the organisation that is commissioning you, giving you the money, you know, isn't the clause contacts of the world, it's others. Like, how do you approach that when actually you can't be the person that says, oh, I'm not getting back to your email, because they won't work with you again. Or like, what's approaches? Please help, thank you.
We will. What's your name, please?
Leo.
Leo.
Do you have a specific like example, don't you?
I have several,
tell
which
this
will
is
not be
deep.
named. How do we deal, please?
What do you want to give us the situation that?
Okay, I'm gonna like, this is also being screened, so I'm like aware. I'm not going to use any names. But like, if you're working with an organisation, and often I think we're very good now at using the language of care. It's like, and particularly like white women in power, we have this like almost overly therapized language where we're like, oh, care, blah, blah, blah. But actually what you're receiving as the freelancer, and often for me or for us, that's in a role as director. So I'm bringing people in to this environment, but actually what we're getting is not a lot of support, not a lot of care. How do you have that conversation? What do you do? Like, genuinely, what are your approaches? Do you just say, I'm not working with them again? There are pros and like...
Can I just say, what did you say your name was again?
Leo.
Yeah. Lee, let's do a trick. So I want you, Lee.
No, please don't make me answer it myself.
No, but you don't have to. But we're going to just try a trick and see. Just, Leo, do that. Close your eyes and do that. And then just say, if there was a response, what would it be? I'd be curious. If there isn't one, it doesn't matter.
I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I'm unsure. I'd try something.
You try something?
Yeah. I think, sorry, I feel like I'm speaking quite a lot now, and I'd really like you to...
It's okay, it's okay.
We're enjoying it.
It's an important question. It's a really important question. Yeah.
I think for me, I'm really aware of the risk of confronting is the wrong word, but having a conversation with organisations like that. No, that's not true. I'm not scared of that. I'm scared of the amount of fucking time it's going to take and labour on my part to explain to them what a care field practice might look like and why they're not meeting this. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm scared of, because like everyone, I'm tired. And to be honest, the answer is like, go on a leadership conference, like do some fucking work. Like, but I feel the responsibility to my team and my collaborators that I'm not going to put them in a situation where that's going to impact them. So I want to do that education with that organisation, but they're salaried. So there's a huge imbalance there.
But in a way, is a leadership challenge is a fantastic one. Because that's the kind of bread and butter leadership challenge from someone in your position and in my position. And I'm sure in Natalie's position if you're working in relationship with the larger organisations. And so I suppose the simple answer is there is no right or wrong answer. There's your answer, right? So there's something about the process of how do you, in those moments of challenge and suffering, which this is, what's the process for you to find your own deeper wisdom on it? Because that's the thing with leadership. There is no one answer. That's a beautiful thing. There's just your response. I've had a similar project like this very recently where it's still kind of ongoing. It was a real learning curve for me. And I went in naively thinking that the proposition that was offered was a real proposition. But as we're moving through, the conditions of the job didn't allow this care-led project to actually happen in the way that I'd hoped it to happen. So I suppose my process for it is every step of the way I had to take a breath. I had to step away and go, in this given moment, what's my truth? Therefore, what's my next step? Who was it KEISHA said, elegant steps. Sometimes it's not a big magic bullet. Sometimes it's just a next step. And the next step will be your next step. I tried all different types of things. Some worked okay, some led to more suffering. It's kind of still ongoing. I suppose where I am now with it, I'm realizing I moved from being vex, to actually going, this whole structure and system that they're in, as well as me, is causing an amount of pressure this is not right for this project now. you see what I mean? This is not the right time for this project. But I only knew that by going through it. So it's a great leadership situation because the thing is with leadership, it's messy. There's no clean way. When you're not leading, everything seems very black and white. As soon as you're leading, all it is just mess. There's just tons of mess that you've got to somehow work your way through and get gunky. Just get gunky. Do you know what I mean? Just take a big breath, go, what in this given moment, what might be my next step? Take a next step, take a big breath, take another step, and navigate that way, right? I don't know. That's literally the advice, I think, for all leaders, every leadership challenge, though. But I feel you.
Natalie, and then I'll ask if anyone else has got something
And
to add.
I think you actually answered your own question because you said you were tired.
Yes.
You said, I'm scared this will take up so much of my time. Yes. You answered your own question. What do you need to do to be able to deal with this? Because you know exactly what to do.
Yes, to be compassionate to yourself.
You answered your own question. Leadership is hard, it's messy, it's tiring, it's a lot of responsibility, which is also something I heard you say. So listen to what you need, and then you'll find the answers. And one thing I also question myself is, what would I say if I wasn't scared? What would I say if I wasn't leading with fear? I sent a very, very shitty email last night to TV producers because they have messed me around so much, and it's big corporations, and I let them have it because they have treated some people like rubbish. Shit, this is videoed. Yes, I forgot about that.
We can edit.
Anyway, yeah. And yeah, I had to let them have it because otherwise it just carries on and on and on and on. And no one can cope with that for too long.
Thank you. I heard a few things in there. It was like, trust your gut feeling, self-compassion, just make a decision, and don't hold yourself to account on it too tightly because it's not always going to be the right one as well. And as you've just experienced, you've been coached as well by Gaylene. What other questions are there in the audience or at home? Yes, Kate.
Okay, we've got a question on Zoom from Ianthe. Apologies, Ianthe, if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. I can't check that with you. She is asking, how can we advocate more, I'm assuming she means for ourselves, without coming across as strong-headed and harming relationships?
Oh, I love that question. Love that question. How do we advocate for ourselves?
I mean, I'm going to presume that it's a woman because we are so scared of coming across as strong-headed, aren't we? Woe, like, I don't even know what the saying is. Woe betide, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, I think that's often about us not wanting to appear strong and powerful and making decisions. Why not? And if people don't like it, if it's not necessarily affecting your pocket directly, then that's okay. Not everyone is going to like you.
Gaylene.
And I loved where you ended your talk about thinking about ego and our relationship with our ego, because we all have one. And you're right, if we're in some kind of leadership position, we probably have quite a well-developed one. And there's nothing wrong with that. I suppose so that we don't end up like the orange-haired guy, the way to keep check of that perhaps is think about what are the values from which we're working. So once one's clear about the values on which we're working, and we can speak about the value, these are the values that are important to me in everything that I do. And if there is a contravening of those values, you can be really clear and go, I've been really clear that this is the values, this is not working in that framework. This is a problem. We're going to either have to solve it, or maybe this isn't the right time for us to be working together. There's ways, because then it can, the inflaming of the ego is fine, but it's exhausting, isn't it? Like, we can just get all caught up in our feelings, which is, we need them, but at the same time, that space of compassion softness allows us to say, hang on a minute, this is not my vibe. And I need to, that's important, you know what I mean? So that, yeah, but I agree with you. And if you're strong-headed, if that's how someone else defines you, then that's their definition.
Isn't strong-headed a compliment?
It is to me.
I'd rather be strong-headed than weak-headed.
And I think, you know, as long as you're not abusing people, as long as you're not like calling them names, sticking up for yourself and saying what you need and why this isn't aligning with your values, that's directness. There's nothing wrong with being direct. We are so British and we are so like, everything's got to be fluffy. And because I'm neurodivergent, I don't do fluffy. And that kind of sometimes makes people think I'm difficult or strong-headed. I'm direct. That's another way of putting it.
And just plugging my session at 2:00, I will be helping you not to be fluffy. So if you want to come to that. What other questions are there in the audience? What other questions? Kate.
So we had another one, just bear with while I scroll through, from our Zoomers. And this was from Naeem. And again, apologies, Naeem, if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly. I do hope I am. Naeem asked, what have been the most transformative moments in your career that invited and or inspired your approach to rest and or collective care?
Who's going to take that one first?
I mean, I was, when I was young, right, I lived in my mum's house, like on a Sunday afternoon, my mum would come in at like 11:30 and go, what are you doing in bed? I love being in bed. It's like my favourite place. Like I think I've always liked to lie down. Even though like people see me as this, like I love rest. Like when I'm off, I love being off. I think it's my favourite thing. So I think maybe I've always been someone who has really, I think my friends know me for that. Like, yeah, GAYLENE, she's around, she's like lying down. I'm lying down watching TV all day. I love it. So I don't know whether there's been a turning point moment, but I think the moments when I have been, in 2019, when I quit my corporate job and for the last time, and it was really tough, and I was really depleted, and I left with not knowing what the hell I was going to do next. I'm feeling like I'd been put through the ringer. I had to take it seriously. I had to find approaches that would help keep me connected through that time. And that's when I think a lot of the stuff I've been speaking about today, that really came out as an actual strategy, not just a kind of nice to have things to do on a Sunday. Yeah.
Natalie, anything from you?
Yeah, I think my most transformational times has definitely been from being on the floor. Definitely. From the times when something's happened and you feel so raw and so vulnerable. You literally feel like you're walking around as this big, massive, bleeding heart and everyone can see it. You know those times? You ever had those? Good, not just me. I remember when my daughter was diagnosed with a rare condition and we knew that she was going to lose her sight. That took me back to ground zero. That took all my ego away. It took everything. I didn't think I'd ever be able to be happy again. And from there comes a place of desperation. And you have to then go within, dig deep again.
Thank you. And I've got a couple of questions and I'll check in with the audience to see what final questions they have. Thinking about care field leadership and listening to what you were saying, GAYLENE, about this sector in particular and the challenges that it faces. So if you think to the future where we are being led by care-fueled leaders. How will we know we've got there?
I mean, well, you'd feel it.
Mm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think being cared for is felt, isn't it? You know when you're cared for. And I'm drawn back to the beginning of the day with KEISHA Thompson's opening, and I was just feeling, oh, I'd love to work with KEISHA. You know what I mean? Like the kind of thought beyond the arts that KEISHA was bringing into the space was really exciting to me. So I think there's a sense of excitement, sense of safety.
Yeah.
A sense of like, because this is a precarious boat that we're in, and it probably will be for a little while yet, but a sense that someone's trying, I can feel someone's heart. Do you know what I mean? Like the person who's at the till, I feel their heart. It's not that I always think they're going to do the right thing, but I feel they're going to really do it from this place, the right place. And I think that would be good enough. You know, that would be good enough. Yeah.
And just a quick other question before I ask the same things to you, Natalie. What's the impact if it doesn't happen?
I think we see it, don't we? I mean, I don't really want to go into too many of the headlines because it's just triggering all around. But we've seen it. We've come through a really tough generation of ego-driven leadership and damaged leadership that's led to so much abuse and bullying of vulnerable people within the arts and the creative sector in film, which is where I was based for many years and grew up in film. And that was part of my healing, was healing from working in that for 20 years. I know how it feels. I know how that feels.
Yeah.
And I do feel like there is a massive, I mean, all of you in the room are part of that. You're here at a session called Care-Filled Leadership. That never would have happened 15 years ago.
Yeah, that's very true.
This wave is happening, whether people like it or not, is happening. And I'm so excited to be part within it and amongst it.
Oh, I'm glad you're part of it as well, Gaylene. Okay, yeah. Thank you. Any final questions from the audience? Any final questions? Yes, there's one, and then one down here as well.
Hello, thank you. I have this feeling that every time I hear from passionate and inspiring and ambitious leaders, it feels like burnout is inevitable of that journey, of that leadership journey, and that's a bit scary. And I don't know, do other people think that? Do you guys think that?
Is that the impression we've given?
Let's hear from Gaylene and Natalie, then I'd love to hear from other people in the audience on that as well. Is it a given in leadership you're going to get burnout? I'll come to you. Yeah, just if you won't mind repeating that brilliant point so everyone can hear it.
Yeah. I said yes, and that feels like the rhetoric at the moment, or the general feeling from where I'm sat. Everyone else has very different lived experiences, and that's why things like today are really, really, really important.
Yeah.
And yeah, let's all chat at lunch and have some really good conversations about how we can't do burnout anymore.
Let's definitely chat about that. Something just came to my mind as well, which ties in with our discussion, of course, that as well as being caring, it's the balance of being caring and having your own boundaries. That to me as a coach is the thing that comes up over and over again. People are so caring that they are not putting enough boundaries in place. Yeah. Any other thoughts
on that, haven't we? We touched on remembering what your own needs are and advocating for yourself first before you can help other people.
Yeah.
It's that old gas mask.
Yeah.
Gas mask?
Yeah. Oxygen mask.
Oxygen mask.
Depends where you are, I suppose.
But I would say that I think burnout is if we're talking about burnout being advanced stress, moments of stress, is a mark of life. Do you know what I mean? If you're not getting it from work, there's at some point in your life, and I'm so sorry to hear about your daughter and sharing that with us, but there are moments that are going to knock us sideways. And I suppose the work that I'm doing around restorative care practice to say that actually there are things we can be doing that tops up our keeps us topped up. That doesn't mean that won't knock you sideways, but then you have something to top you up. I don't think being flawed is a terrible thing. I think feeling that, fucking hell, this is really hard. You know, for someone who is taught to be like a strong woman, and all the unlearning I'm doing in my therapy sessions, I'm learning how to go, actually, it's just hard. Can I just lie down?
I think you're so right. Like, it can't be like this.
Yes.
It's just not going to be. It's such a, if we have that expectation, we're doing something wrong. Yeah. Life is not like that. It's going to go like that, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm mindful there's one other question over here. Yes.
Yeah, my question is like, well, very similar to what you've just been talking about with boundaries and like manage expectations. But I was thinking like in like a line management setting or a producing setting or, you know, directing, leading setting where you are responsible for a lot of people and you kind of build up trust through all of these like care-fueled practices that we've just been speaking about, and then people trust you and share and everything is going great, but then like I've been in situations where then that gets kind of too close and boundaries get blurred and you can't, like expectations are too high, and I just wanted like your thoughts on like on that stage.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we're probably moving into that stage now. You know, we're like the horrors of care. It's like everyone just wants to be cared for all the time. I'm exhausted. Yeah, I think it's real, for real. And I think your point about boundaries and difficult conversations, that is care. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like saying, for me to do this job, I need not to be on all the time, guys. I feel you, but I'm going to have to turn off. I'll see you on Monday morning. That is care, because on Monday morning I'll come in, I'll be coming refreshed. Or sometimes it is a difficult conversation, which is, you know, I know you're having a difficult time. I am going to be able to be here for you, but I can't be here for you all the time. And this is still really important. We still have to, we are here to do this. So that we have to also keep focused. Sometimes there are difficult conversations to have with care, but it's still caring, isn't it?
And remember, you're not their therapist, right? So there is that difficult conversation to have. Yes, make me aware of your situation. However, I can't sit here with you and comfort you whilst you're crying. It's just not possible for me right now. It's not feasible in what is happening. So you will have to refer people on to other people, and you will have to be very, very clear about your boundaries. And that's hard because, again, it involves advocating for yourself. But if you can't advocate for yourself, you can't lead properly.
Thank you, Natalie, and thank you, Gaylene. We've come to the end of this conversation. Thanks ever so much for participating, and we hope we've offered you a lot of food for thought. So I just want to give a final round of applause for Gaylene and Natalie. Thank you. It's lunchtime.
Woo! Hey. Again, can we have another round of applause, please, for our wonderful panelists? It was really nice listening into those conversations, and I'll definitely be doing more to advocate for myself. I think that's my takeaway from that. Thinking about how can I serve other people by firstly serving myself, and that analogy before, don't give anybody else their life jacket before you put your own on. So yeah, thank you so much for that. So welcome back to the afternoon session. We are about to get into the big ideas panel. So it's going to be all about care-fueled leadership. I like the idea of care-fueled. I like the idea of a vehicle being fueled by care. Like we put care into the vehicle. as like some kind of renewable energy and some ethical energy, and it takes the vehicle to where it needs to be. I like the idea of that. And yeah, we're going to unpack what that looks like in the, I'd say, crazy world that we're living in a world that I think feels like it's really hard in a business sense, and from a sector position, it can feel hard to find care and to be caring because we've got quotas to meet, we've got work to do. So I'm really excited to hear, some of the approaches that we can be thinking about to that. So I'm going to introduce the panelists in a little minute. And as ever, we've got a fantastic panel for you in this next section. So introducing to the stage, please. Firstly, we've got Amanda Parker, who will be chairing the session. Can we give a massive round of applause for Amanda? We've also got the wonderful Abbas Zahidi. Yep, again, you get this amazing interdisciplinary artist. We also have Annette Dame. And last but certainly not least, we have Esme Ward. You're going to hear all about their work. Just to say, I'm not doing you, I hope not doing you the service by not reading your full bios. We're 10 minutes behind, and I wanted to try and keep it back on time. That's my job as the host. So, let's enjoy another round of applause for our panelists, please.
Thank you, and bios, you know where to find them. I am delighted to be here. I'm so glad you did the warm-up because I've got a few kind of exercises for people to do if the energy flags, which I might just chuck out later. It just involves shouting, it's not much. I want to say welcome to the panel, and I would like to start with a one-line description for those joining us on Zoom. I am Amanda, I am she, her. I have yellow hair and brown skin. I wish I could say it was white hair. I can't get it to dye white enough. I'm wearing a mid-green top. And I am a cultural and creative consultant, sometimes journalist, and also run a practice looking at well-being for young creatives. So that's my one-liner on who I am. Over to Esme.
Thank you. Hello. So I'm Esme. My pronouns are she, her. According to my nearest and dearest, I'm wearing curtains, a flowery frock. I'm a white middle-aged woman and delighted to be here. And I'm director of Manchester Museum, just up the road at the University of Manchester.
Hi, it's great to be here. I'm Annette Dame, she, her. I've got brown mid-length hair, white skin, a blue top and jeans. And I am part of Dark Matter Labs, which is looking at how we build the structures so that we can enable agency to build and make the places around us, and beyond the rules, which is about how we organise and govern to do that.
Hi, my name is Abbas Zahidi. I'm an artist. My pronouns are he, they. I'm wearing a dark blue shirt, and I guess my work involves installations. I do performance, I work with sound, kind of typical contemporary art stuff. Cool, thank you.
So, welcome all. We are here to inspire, excite, imagine together an alternative future where care is centred and with you as leaders at the helm. And you've had a fantastic morning from the sound of things. The chat at lunchtime was phenomenal, so I think it's all already inspiring. So let's hope we can keep that energy going. But before we kind of go into the weeds, I think it's really important to define terms of engagement. Sorry to be that person. But when we talk about care, I think it's really important to go, what do we mean by care? So I'm going to start with that as an opener. What do we mean by care? What do you mean by care, Esme?
Wow, big question. So I suppose a couple of things. So I run a museum, and we, in my world, we care for stuff, 4.5 million items, collections. But actually, I suppose where I'm at is thinking about what it means to care, not just for those collections, of course, but for people and buildings and relationships and ideas and places.
And care for me is always very closely aligned with love. And the more we care for things, the more we look after them, and we build empathy and understanding for our world and each other. So,
and I think, Anna, when you think about care, can you give us an example of where you see it in practice in the world? Because I think that's also useful. It can be such a slippery term.
Yeah, happy to share an example that comes to mind. I think, for example, there's a really interesting collaboration that's been forming in Sheffield. It's called the River Don Project. It's a whole group of different individuals, organisations coming together that really recognises the multiple agencies of the River Don in that place. And they're creating different ways and bring different forms of citizen-led and sensor-led data about the river into an interface that enables people to be able to help to steward that river to thrive, recognizing how interconnected we are with it in our places, and how the thriving of the river is the thriving of the people there. And I think it's a really interesting example of new ways of thinking about the agency and the liveliness of the world that we're part of, and how we interrelate to it, and what it means to be in care with each other. So I find that a really interesting example of that.
So we've got curation, we've got stewardship, we've got collaboration, we've got a bit of forward thinking. Abbas, if you can give us a bit of context of what do you mean by care? Because again, your practice, as I'm sure you'll tell us, is informed by the clinical as well, which is really an interesting, different take on what care means. Tell us.
Yeah, so I have a background as a medic prior to being an artist, and I think that kind and my own passage into art involved a series of kind of bereavements and losses. So I've been fairly preoccupied with the idea of trauma and how we address trauma. For me is an act of care, and it's a kind of how to reduce harm and trauma in every kind of sense. And the way that I think about kind of this idea, it comes back to from the artistic point of view. You know, we visit spaces, and we give our attention to works of art and to kind of that landscape in which the aesthetics is kind of privileged. And there is a kind of sense of looking, which for me corresponds with the act of kind of witnessing. And one of the definitions of kind of trauma that I think is quite powerful comes from Peter A. Levine, who does a lot of the somatic therapy work. And his definition of trauma is an injury which has no empathic witness. And so I think actually art spaces for me are spaces in which you learn how to witness as opposed to look. And through that, you can then go into the world with that skill.
So witnessing being an act of care as well.
For sure.
This is really helpful. So again, you've given us the example of the River Don, or the Don River. How do they refer?
River Don, yeah.
River Don, okay. Some rivers are other way around, aren't they? I'd love to know where you see it. Where do you see good practice? I'm not going to say best practice in the world that we can all relate to. So, and to Esme as well, to you both. Where do you see those examples of good care in the wider world?
I see lots of it. And just one example, actually not very far from here, and it's a really small example. So there is a group called Ardwick Climate Action. So for those who don't know, Ardwick, I think, has lost 60% of its green space. Its neighbourhood, not very far from here, has lost 60% of its green space in the last couple of years.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt because I love the language around lost. It's not like they've lost it down the back of the sofa. Do you know what I mean? It's like, something happened to that green space.
It did. Yeah. It did. It has been developed. It has been. You're right. But what they do is they are very conscious of that, and they want to really care for and the space that they still have. They are holding on to it. with all of their being, but they are also highlighting that loss. And so what they do is they are finding new ways to tell new stories, but also they are conceiving of protest as an extreme form of care. Maybe not that extreme, I would argue, as a really critical form of care. So that might look like closing the A6, a road into Manchester, so that they can indeed protest, but that they can also start to replant the hedging to have more pollution-friendly hedging, because the reality is they live next to an extremely busy road. They are mobilising, they are building community around not just what they've lost, but around what might be possible. And I think the thing that for me, the really exciting examples of care are when it's a collective endeavour, it's shared, there are values driving it, and you get a sense of people accepting where they're at, but really imagining together what might be possible.
The witnessing and the stewarding and the curation and the reimagining, that's important. Abbas, give us an example of where you see it well in the world, or indeed say, you know, not very much.
I mean, it's a difficult thing to really consider nowadays, because I think what we do see a lot of the time are kind of technical solutions to problem solve an issue, and I think any time an issue to do with care or this kind of deep human experience is kind of mapped onto some kind of quantified process, which then can be made into a technical outcome, we lose something, because then it becomes very comparative. And actually, I think the language that we've lost is a language around kind of what it means to kind of generate and share meaning, and how we can kind of have meaningful experiences that can't be so easily extracted or kind of extrapolated and kind of transposed onto other realms, which then, you know, the kind of neoliberal process that takes place often when we talk about these kind of new ideas. And so for me, that's one of the things that I've experienced that kind of stumped me at that level, was the kind of the experience of losing people and the experiences of death. And it's still a very hard thing to discuss, even in the arts. I have recent examples that I can talk about, but one kind of self-organized set of projects that are kind of popping up around the country and different parts of the world are these kind of death cafes, where people gather together and talk about death. And I think the unknowable nature of death and what happens after people die is actually one of the few spaces in which that kind of quantification and extraction can't take place. The processes around it, like funerals and things, of course, but I mean the actual reality of that kind of lacuna that is caused by a loss, or like what happens. It's like it's still something that is truly unknowable and difficult to grasp, and it kind of becomes almost like one of the last areas in which we can draw meaning from for how we live. And to normalize those kinds of conversations in a society that is very averse to the topic of death and dying is, I think, quite powerful.
And actually, I'm really struck often with death very much in and around my life, how once upon a time there was a very clear signifier, thinking about what you said about the witnessing and also the finding common meaning, that once upon a time we had shorthand for letting people know I am a person that needs more care because I am suffering from, which was the black armband. Quite simple. Used to wear a black armband. People would know, take care with this person. And I think that's such a loss. It's a small but huge thing. And the Death Cafe sounds like a really exciting, interesting way back into a shared language around taking care around someone experiencing trauma.
Do you think part of this, though, is that we, certainly in my world, it feels like there's such all of the structures and the processes you work within, they do not acknowledge the emotional, they do not acknowledge the spiritual, they rarely acknowledge lived experience, they have really narrow sense of what expertise is. You know, in a way...
Well, let's go to that, because I want to ask, what does care mean for leadership? So I think, you're touching on that, the emotional piece. And what does care mean for leaders? How do we centre that for leadership?
Yeah, thank you for a great question. My mind's currently drawing some strands between various things. I might take a detour to get there, if that's okay.
I love a detour.
I'm going to start off an example that was coming up of hearing what Abbas was talking about. There's a group called, or a project, you might call it, or initiative, called Stewarding Loss, which is in the kind of civil organisations kind of sector, if you will. And it's really doing some of that hospicing and grief work for organisations that are also coming to an end, and being able to recognise that that moment of making a decision to close something can be a moment of deep care, of deep time spent to learn what could we have done, might we have done, have we done that we're proud about, how can we create this as a gift to the people that come after us, all the things we've learned, how can we process that on? And so they're kind of getting in to support organisations as they go through that process to really help this moment of ending to become a moment of beginning for other things. And I think it's a really great example also of the kind of hospicing type of care also in this type of work. And I mean, I guess to lean on your structures part there, I think the fact that we don't, like financially, it's generally not recognised that this is a part of the work. You know, we'll budget or assume that the work is the work, and particularly in funding environments. So a lot of our work is actually working with funders to rethink what we assume it takes to do work. Because, okay, the delivery of something, the creation of something is part of the work, but all of the relationships and the coming together and imagining a future, imagining what could be possible, holding each other through that, recognizing that people will go through things, it will wind, you know, some people might go through personal things alongside, you know, you might have difficult conversations that need attention, that need to be confronted and resolved as part of the process. You need to enable that thing that you create to move on into something else beyond. All of that is part of the work. And these, you know, how do we start to recognize that when we build things, it's not just the act of building, it's all of the things that sit around it.
I suppose I'm thinking, okay, so this goes beyond the let's put aside an amount for research and development, which is where I feel the sector's very clear now, isn't it? Where we go, okay, there's a project we need to deliver, and make sure you factor in some costs for the lead up to the project. Everyone's got that. Haven't got the other side of it, make sure you've factored in the costs of winding down the project. Haven't got the, make sure we've got provision for the relationship building. The relationship building is almost a given in project management, in creative project management, isn't it? I mean, you look at an arts council bid and they go, who are the partners that you're working with? It's a given. It's like, okay, you've already done the work and you haven't costed it.
And we don't ask how equipped we are to do the work.
No. Oh dear. Okay, so we've got care in leadership needing emotional register and capacity, financial capacity. I want to look at it from a creative lens and go, as a creative leader, as a creative practitioner, what does that care look like? What's the need?
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, a very complex question. However, what I can speak to is that within the arts there is a lot of effort to deal with difficult topics, and that there is kind of testimonial work that is created, or work that has a kind of totemic function as a kind of form of remembrance. And often the work itself is very helpful in terms of unlocking, say, the emotional or structural issues around a particular topic. However, in the format that it's presented, and the kind of, I guess this goes back to like the resources that like galleries have or art spaces, there isn't this provision of something which is now being referred to as aftercare. So, you know, like people go and see something to do with a difficult topic, and they may be affected by it, or and it's not necessarily to kind of put the blame on the artist or the organization. It's just that this isn't even something that's kind of considered within the kind of formal process of proposing things. Like if you're going to work on something that is emotionally tough, what were you going to do to ensure people, you know, so it's not so much just about avoiding triggers. I don't like this talk about avoiding triggers. I think it's necessary, of course, and we have to be mindful. But for example, the show I have on in Nottingham, there's a life support machine in the show, borrowed from a hospital. And there was a lot of people concerned with, oh, what if this triggers someone? You know, and my response was, what kind of society are we living in that we are triggered by something that makes us think of death and dying? But, you know, like, so actually I need to flip the question and think there needs to be more done than just putting this machine here. Not take the machine away and sterilize the space. So
there's real challenge in that, isn't there, for the cultural sector? I can think of instances of theatre performances. So if you watch something on the TV and there's always that, you know, if you've been affected by the issues, and then there's a line to call, it's a gesture towards that care, isn't it? And I can think in theatrical spaces, I can think of a few recent shows that have made sure the auditorium stays open after the show so that you've got the decompressed space, so that you've got the space to kind of absorb that. I think in a gallery space, that's quite a challenge, isn't it?
But it's not impossible. It is
changing.
No,
it's interesting.
So our South Asia gallery, the very last thing you'll read is about visitor care. And there is a space, and members of staff are there to have that conversation if you so wish. And actually, I think aftercare I think it's starting to shift. So our curatorial team, if they're working on something really tough, and some things can be, if you're working on things to do with people's ancestors, and it's hard, then you absolutely, if you need to take time out, you take time out, and that is part of the process. And actually, we need to collectively build our understanding of that, and we don't yet. And I think it's certainly a shift I'm starting to observe in my world.
Well, I'd love to go there, because you've mentioned the shift from curatorial practice and the focus on people. Tell us more about how you've made that shift, what it means for museums, and what's the radical version of that?
I don't know what the radical version is, but maybe together we'll grapple with what that could be. I suppose the shift is it's not about not caring for collections. It's about, if you start to conceive of these collections, you know, the people most closely connected to them are the ones most distant, emotionally, spiritually, geographically. So actually, what if we start to centre those experiences? What does that look like? So we talk about what it would mean to build an ethics of care that starts to centre, for example, if you look at the work we do with Indigenous collections, to centre Indigenous sovereignty. What would that mean? And I can tell you one thing it means. It means that you probably are going to be returning a lot more material than you were previously. And actually, you start to conceive of your work differently. So we returned some material in late 2019, and lots of colleagues have never been involved in repatriation or restitution work. Our registrar, conservators, they actually view this as care work. They talk about it in collaboration with those partners as healing work. We conceive of it very, very differently now from how we ever have previously. So I think it is quite a big shift. All the structures we're working in, all the forms, the god-awful process, there is no room for any of this. There is no room for the lived, the law, spiritual. But actually, there are other ways. We just have to do the work. And it is fundamentally about building relationships, not building audiences, build the relationships. So for me, it's probably about, for me, museums, it would be about them opening up, actually really grappling with what does institutional humility, what does curatorial humility look like? There we go, let's start there. That's not an easy conversation, and who's involved in that conversation?
I kind of want to have that conversation now. I want to go, can we talk about that?
I mean, there's one point to mention on this, and I think this is a big conversation, and there's an aspect of it which was brought to my attention by Clementine Delis, who wrote the Metabolic Museum, and she talks about this act of like restitution, sometimes there's a kind of extractive process beforehand where the objects are kind of like put into like scientific scanners like MRI machines and things, and kind of mapped internally, and kind of you have all this digital information that's kind of, that when the people that you give it back to don't even have that information. So like there is a kind of aspect to these kind of objects that obviously has a spiritual or kind of other dimension where maybe only few people were privy to those details. And then to kind of take that information, extract it, make it public and put it out there, it really kind of disrupts the function of those pieces. And I think that kind of relationship in terms of its actual kind of cosmology and how it was meant to be maintained, and maybe the way, again, this kind of technical way of quantifying and extracting, there's still that kind of question to be had.
And the role of, so I think the role of consent in this. So if you have a model which is about free, prior, informed consent, every single step of the way you would not do what you've just said. But that actually, if that is how you choose to work, are your staff equipped to work in that way? Are your systems working that way? I mean, I'll be honest, we're grappling with that at the moment. The answer is no, they're not. So we're having to come up with feral systems. That's the way to do it. But actually, you're right. And that's about really building a relationship of trust.
Exactly.
So leadership is also about equipping the people around you to be able to take care, not just doing it yourself.
Yeah.
So, a small piece of audience participation, just to check you're still here. So I want you to shout out. Google searches for the term self-care in 2020. How much do you think you saw an increase in Google searches around the term self-care? Any offers? As a percentage? 10% more than the year before? My starter for 10? How much? 400%. Higher, lower? Anyone? Higher. Whoa! 250%. But here's one. Women's Health magazine, increase in e-commerce in the same time. How much? How much did they see sales to increase in 2020? Everyone's nervous now because they're like, is it 12,000%? Is it 50 million%? 1,000%. 1,000% increase in sales. Why I mention these, I've got more, just checking you're awake, but why I mention these is it's obviously, we're here today talking about care. It's a hot topic, but it's also massively commercialized, massively monetized. And as a leader, you also need to be aware of the economic context of what we do and what we talk about in care. I want to look at what does it mean in terms of an economic shift, and ask you, Annette, when we think about leadership and what it might be from a financial modelling perspective, help us to imagine something different.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to work out which layer of economics to go into here, like the economics of an organisation, our wider economy. I'm going to start with the later and maybe bring it down, I think. I think that this focus on care is part of a much broader economic shift that we are right in the heart of at the moment. We've got many possible futures ahead of us right now, and ones that are now bureaucratically viable in a way that they weren't before because of technologies and otherwise. And we know that, like, economically speaking, the status quo cannot continue. And there's this real moment of all the signals are showing us like this is a deep shift in how we live, build, work, our relationship together. And we have huge constraints, like let's take in the context of the UK, you know, in terms of material and carbon budgets that we have a just use of. We can't build the thing to solve some of the problems that we have, like housing. We don't have the budgets, the material and carbon budgets to build housing. So how we're relationshiping with the world around us, in how we're recognizing what existing materials we have, existing housing, existing natural world around us that we have, we're economically being forced to move into a relationship of stewardship. And it's beyond ownership. It's beyond an economic relationship of like, I own this plot of land and this house, and I can extract from this what I need from it because I own it, and that's for to build my life with. Towards we have limited shared resources, and we have a shared space to steward and curate those, and that then shifts care into a really different place from this side activity that happens outside of the economy that isn't recognised very structurally at all, into the centre of how we relationship together.
So for cultural leaders, what does that look like? Where are the opportunities?
Yeah, so again, thinking about this from a few layers, I'm going to start one and then maybe keep nudging me into a different place. For one thing, I think that with all of these this possibility that we have ahead of us, the cultural sector has such an important role to play in helping us to distribute the ability, all of our induce our possible futures and our imagination into that space, and to be able to embody what those different relationship feels like, which is a really, really important part of it. Like, not relationships as ideas, but like, how do we actually feel and experience differently when we think about ourselves in relationship together in a different way? I think the cultural sector has a huge role there. And then I suppose if you're then thinking about what does it mean to lead a cultural institution, I think some things that come up for me, one is the capabilities for care that we build within our organisations, right? And I feel like Abbas already nodded to one of those very clearly, which was the capability to be able to understand how trauma is at play. And I heard Nakem Nadefo speak last week beautifully about this, about how do you actually create enough spaciousness so that we can learn to sit with hard things and not shut down, not act out, not avoid it, not say, okay, just do whatever, you just decide, not collapse, but to actually sit in spaces of grief, in spaces of contradiction, of conflict, and say, what does it mean to hold all these plural stories, all these different stories that people might have in relation to the question, look at each other and hold that space with dignity for each other and humanity, and come to a decision that might be hard, but that we've acknowledged all of these things in the process. And for me, a lot of leadership is about, and I think you guys have nodded to specific stories around that, is about being able to build hold that space and build the capability for that through the way that you're structuring processes, structures, relationships, all your interactions.
So let's look at that, the opportunity that leaders in the cultural space have to help others imagine the world differently. We've talked about, you can do stuff because you've got the freedom to do it, and go, actually, the world doesn't need to look like this. It can look like this, or it can look like this. And that's exciting. And I'm always troubled and interested that when you have scarcity, you have imagination. And boy, do we know that the cultural sector is, underfunded and under-resourced and all of that stuff. But actually here, it leads to what you've talked about, Abbas, the collaboration. How do we, as leaders, manage that capacity that you've talked about, which is managing the conflicting needs, desires, wants of different people, and hold your own self-care centered to that? I'm going to give that to Abbas.
I think one of the things, it touches on what you were saying as well, is really important to acknowledge, is like the cost of care. Like, it's actually, it's expensive to care. And it's expensive in many ways. It's emotionally expensive, financially, time-wise, just in terms of any other resource that you may have. And so at a time of scarcity, we also end up in a situation where if you are working from a perspective of like self-preservation, actually it makes more sense not to care, you know. So that, and I think that's an important part of the equation that's easy to dismiss. You know, that's how people are thinking.
It's what corporates have relied on forever, hasn't it? If you see people as capital, then you don't have to care about them, and then you can throw 50 people at the problem and 100 people at the problem, and it doesn't really matter if they're doing 20-hour days. It's
exactly
what it's all built on. Yeah,
and I think in any sector, whether it's the arts or etc., that kind of question still remains. And the way that, for example, galleries and exhibition spaces are set up still to this day, even in a contemporary setting, is to kind of funnel very commercial artworks into collections, canons, kind of private acquisitions, etc. These kind of very standard formats of the journey of an artwork.
So how do we avoid it?
You make artworks that can't do that, which is what someone like me does. Not because I have a vendetta against commercial art. It's not this. It's just that working in a different way does allow a form of care and kind of this conversation to exist within an art space. And there are many artists doing this. It's not just me. But we all face the problem that it puts us in a highly precarious position because we're using the system wrong. And so we suffer a lot. So that's what I mean. Like we suffer at the point of like being ultra precarious in the way that we work, because our work it gets blocked at a very important stage in the process of what it means to be a sustainable artist. And so, and we're not blocking it because we're just saying, fuck you to the system. We're actually saying, no, that this is what matters right now. And as artists, that's the question we're meant to answer.
So that's how you can build it in creative practice, actually make the practice that is, in a sense, unbreakable or undismantlable from care. I'd like to take it to Annette and go, in terms of organisations, systems and processes, the spreadsheet, the payroll, the practical stuff that leaders have to deliver, how do we put a new and reimagined care in those processes?
Yeah, would love to talk to that. And just wanted to say one thing quickly, or just before I go into it, about how we revert to self-interest. And I just think there's something really interesting more broadly here about what we think self-interest is, and reimagining the self, not as some isolated unit, right, that is separate. And I think that's a critical part of how we've structured our imagination of societies in, colonial capitalism is like individual separate units. And this is about seeing the interrelationality, and then you have an enlightened self-interest because showing care is self-interest. Those other things thriving are self-interest because we're all interconnected, and that feels like a critical part of this shift and why care feels really important. I'll go back to your more specific question. So maybe I'll try and lean into a couple of examples, and I might lean into a couple of knotty ones, ones that might feel like difficult spaces through which to put through care. So I love spaces, things like pay and like controversial pieces like that, where we do have a limited set of resources, right, or available of funds, and collectively we need to work out how we're going to distribute those among ourselves. And that can be a horrible or a beautiful process, depending on how you structure it. And I think there's a wonderful way that we can take those moments as leaders and say, right, this is like a Trojan horse into our system. It's asking us, who do we want to be? How do we want a relationship? How do we value your time, my time, our different contributions? What value judgments are we making or not choosing to make? And quite often I think people in organizations will be like, oh, don't want to open that, don't want to open that nugget, right? But I really see this as like a really beautiful place through which we can explore together how we want to be in an organization. and open up that discussion in quite careful and like there's ways to steward that aren't just kind of open group conversations, but quite nuanced ways that can draw out different people's stories. Now, you have to then be really careful about what the invitation of that story sharing is, whether or not people would like that to be a more open in a smaller group, or for it to be done through trusted circles or otherwise. You know, consent, as Asma was saying, like really consensual spaces that people can also lay out some of the different ways that they interact with this question. Some of the things that we do is to have places where people can do that anonymously, and then we bring them together, and then we show, without it revealing any personal information, here's a range of different stories from across our group of things that people are experiencing in relation to pay. And we start to be able to see each other, right? Not necessarily, I know you're facing this, but we start to see like, oh, there's lots of variation, and there's some really different ways that people are experiencing this, and we get to, our minds start to shift, like, okay, well, actually, how I think this pay should be structured, maybe we can do this, you know, maybe I'm more malleable about whether or not I get that. And we start to move out of our space of like fighting for what we can get the most into what does it mean for us to care for each other. And it opens up new spaces of possibility and pay. So we have the different layers. We tried to create active spaces through our pay, and I say we because the team is involved in designing this. So we have a layer which invites people to really reflect on what's happening in the group and themselves, and then to there's a pot that each person has that they decide they're going to allocate some for their care and some for the system to go towards others. And then we have different benefit pieces, for example, a common pool care pot. So any point that you see somebody's needing something, you just go in and get it. You don't have to, there's no permissioning system. You know, everybody has got the agency to show care across the system. So I think through these different these are just two small examples, but through these different kind of approaches, we can start to build that like cultural space of distributed care where we're all, you know, it's not just about the leader is responsibility for the care and everybody else is kind of fighting for their place, but like, what does it mean for us to really care together?
I'm noting that Baby is chiming with this hugely. For the Zoom viewers, you probably won't be able to see, but we have a baby in the audience with us who's getting very vocal and really, really up for the conversation, which is great. Baby's basically going, yes, collective pay decisions. That's definitely working for us. And it's really interesting you said that. I can think of quite a few examples across the sector of taking approaches to care along pay lines and administrative lines. I'm thinking of the organisations who have agreed to do a 4-day week and give 5 days pay. I'm thinking of the organisations whose leadership teams have decided not to take a pay rise, to give the pay rise to the staff who are on the lowest pay scales. There are lots of different ways, but actually, as you said, in all of them, what's centre is the dialogue, the consent, the narrative, not just the decision coming from on high.
Can I just, and also what really struck me when you were talking is the values as well that drive, and really understanding the values that drive your organisation, and those are shared values. And I slightly, because I think it's, you can start to talk yourself into a space that feels it doesn't have possibility. And actually, the possibilities are huge. You know, I was in the audience earlier, and it was a brilliant conversation. I actually just felt really excited about how much things are going to change over the next 5, 10, 15 years, and it's all to play for. The rules are there to be broken. And part of the bit for me is like, who knows how to run a bloody museum anyway? I mean, I had to do a Claw Fellowship to have that moment of realisation that everybody was making it up as they went along. And actually, it was such a moment of realisation, and I realised that we can try things. So our mission is to build a more sustainable world. You know, we're in the middle of a climate and ecological crisis. It is shit. But hope lies in action. So what do we do about that? So it's an experiment. It might not work. but the whole top floor of the museum is just home to environmental charities and social enterprises and a college for neurodivergent young people. And there's a therapy room and a greenhouse. And I think it might be what the future of museums looks like. But essentially, we're all there doing that thing you've talked about, which is, this is not about one museum. This is about our city that we love. This is about us collectively caring for and wanting to build a more sustainable Manchester. And we don't quite know how to do it, but we want to build community. And they can use the museum however they bloody well want to, as far as I'm concerned. Draw on those collections, work with our visitors, test ideas, who knows. But actually, let's build more spaces like that, because I promise you, your museum is a damn sight more interesting for your visitors when it's not just a group of brilliant staff, but also all of these partners and organisations who are invested. And I remember during COVID, when things were looking very hairy financially for the museum and you know, feeling really terrified, talking to another director of a museum who very frankly just said to me, if we close, I don't know who's going to come out and fight for us. I just don't know that our visitors care enough. And for me, it's like, what do you do? In my case, what am I doing to make my institution more widely and deeply loved? And creating the conditions for everyone to do their best work, because we're all doing it, we're all living our lives there.
Actually, that's a good reason to close, actually, you know.
Yeah,
fair cop, I'm doing something nobody cares about, think I'll just get my coat.
Quite.
Yeah, that's a good. So let's go there, let's imagine. I mean, you've kicked us off with a fantastic rethinking of how we use a museum space. Let's look at that in terms of process, let's look at that in terms of creative practice, and let's look at that to do as we said we would, imagine, reimagine, inspire, excite. What might tomorrow look like?
Oh, in terms of process?
Absolutely. What can we do radically different as leaders in cultural spaces that would evidence care at the heart of what we do?
I think that's a beautiful question.
Money and the world can bend to whatever way you want to shape it. What might that look like?
That's beautiful. I'm actually going to see if Abbas wants to kick this one off, because I feel like you're more of a leader directly in a cultural space.
You get first dibs with imagination, obviously. We turn to you to go, you're imaginative. And baby, you're imaginative.
Yeah, that's what I look to for imagination. Yeah. It's interesting. I'm not sure about this idea of being a leader. I mean, I get that this is core leadership, and yeah, it's an important thing, and I do think the values and the principles of what it means to be a leader are...
Well, maybe we should be talking about what do you mean by leadership? I mean, that is really valid.
Yeah, I just think I'm someone that slipped through the cracks. You know, like I don't know how I got here, and still what's to come. It's very opaque. But I think there's something about having skin in the game, and like making people feel like that the spaces that are there matter to them in terms of what you're saying. And the idea of closing the gallery, I know of an example, a gallery in East London called Pier, which is currently directed by Ellen Grieg, who is the new director. And when she came on board, she closed the gallery for close to 6 months, and spent a lot of that time speaking to people locally and like bringing people in. So she called it revision, and it was a way of like kind of bunkering down and going in like an introverted gallery as opposed to an extroverted one. And so that kind of introversion process was used to find a new direction of the space, and I think it was a very bold thing to do, and it kind of was difficult to justify. You know, how are you going to tell the Arts Council the museum's closed? But somehow she did it, and I think there's a lot to learn from that process, and people that take those kind of radical steps in order to reimagine the spaces. And yeah, so I just feel like this idea of not taking anything for granted. You know, for me, I think that's a quality that a leader should have, and not in an extractive way of like trying to take take more resources out of something, but in a sense of like the paradigms that we operate within. And I think the kind of work that I'm interested in does that very effectively. Yeah. And that being able to actually hold space for that in a sustainable way is something that doesn't necessarily yield benefits in the short term, but actually to work in a capacity that has the potential to kind of make enduring changes.
And as we've said, care has to be about the long term. We can't just be invested in our own lifespans, can we?
For sure.
Otherwise we're not caring. So not doing is as much an act of care as doing. Now, I've put my specs on because I know I was given an alert for the time, thank you, but then you walked away, so I couldn't see how long we had. I was like, I don't know.
Can I add one thing, just because it
yes,
moves on really nicely from what you were saying. So I've been doing a lot of work in the last few years with the extraordinary organisation called the Australian Institute of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Studies. It's a right mouthful, AATSIS. But actually I did talk to them about wanting to just share one thing that they do. And actually it's bringing sort of ethics into the room, which I think is at the heart of so much of what you're talking about as well, Abbas. And they have this thing called Yindyamara, which is a Wiradjuri concept. And for me, it's kind of a concept around leadership, and it means to act with honour, respect, and wisdom. And they have 4 kind of key tenets in there, or 3 key tenets in there, to go slowly, act responsibly, and to be careful of the words and actions you put out in the world and understand fully the impact they have on all creatures and all earth. And when we talk about those big shifts, whether they're economic shifts, whether they're shifts in practice, a little bit of me just dearly hopes that if we can do more of that, we'll make the right decisions.
To imagine. Annette.
Yeah, I mean, I felt Abbas's sense of like what makes a leader, because when I think about our organisation, I feel like it's leaderful, right? Like some of the best leadership comes from people who are holding some of the tight, small details with such integrity. And for me, it's this leadership can come from everywhere, and it's really looking in the face of the kind of world we want to build and thinking, what has integrity in how I do this, whatever that next thing is, whether it's, how you fill out a form, or, we get all kinds of things coming back and forth all the time in our organisation, and every time something's coming in, the teams at all levels are going, but is this the thing that's needed here? Is this the thing that's needed? If not, how can we push back? How can we suggest something else? Can we try a different thing? How can we pull together, find out what's going to have integrity to the thing that, the future that we want to be part of, that can be much more collectively beautiful together. And I just think that can come at all levels, at any place in an organisation, that leadership, to like constantly be fighting in a care fighting. It's real dichotomy for me. It's like care and contradiction. It's conflict. It's about sitting in conflict. It's got both of those sides to it. To make that future possible.
I'd like to see the word integrity go up the lexicon use and impact come down in use. Is my offer to the world. Now, I think we've got time for 1 or 2 questions. If we have any burning questions, or maybe we've covered everything you might have wanted to ask. I'm looking around. I'm looking to see if anyone's going to go, oh, there's a question from the world of Zoom. Are there any questions from our Zoom audience? Yes, there is.
So we had a question on Zoom from Emma, and Emma asked the panel, so she says, speaking from personal experience, If you're worried about paying the bills as an artist, art worker, you're not going to have time to integrate care into your practice, self-care or otherwise. Salaries have not increased, hourly rates have hardly increased. Could leaders in the arts sector, or maybe how could leaders in the arts sector give artists more social power in order to organise more in their own spaces, communities and in public spaces?
So to summarise, how can creative leaders give artists more power? Can you finish that?
Yeah, how can leaders in the arts sector give artists more social power in order to organise more in their own spaces, communities and in the public spaces?
Okay. Who'd like to kick off on that one?
Well,
Go
I
ahead.
suppose
Yeah.
I'd say I'm in a leadership role, so I think use the platform I've got, make sure that that's part of the conversation in the room, that those voices are heard, that they are being discussed. So, you know,
Right.
just
and I also think it's what you talked about, what's happening on the top floor of your building, the sharing of resource, the opening of spaces.
Redistribute wherever you can, you know, create opportunities, shout about brilliant people doing brilliant work with those who've got money, lobby funders. I don't know, a little bit of me just thinks, let's get our shit together. You know, collectively, let's try and be more consistent about what it is that we're really fighting for.
Annette?
Yeah, I guess I just want to acknowledge that in the system that we have, where to meet our fundamental thriving needs, we do that through our work and through employment and our contracts. Like, it's incredibly hard. And I do think there's a more bigger structural question here about, you know, okay, if we did have something of the likes of a universal basic income or some way that people's fundamental thriving were met outside of those structures, how would that fundamentally change the way that we can show up together?
So maybe that's
care?
that's where we start the advocacy around universal basic income, which
I think we can do small things, certainly things that can help in the meantime, but fundamentally there's something base about how we're meeting our thriving needs that are going to undermine what's possible. And so some of those like actual deeper interventions feel like pretty critical for it to be really viable on a large scale.
I think there's quite a lot to say on this. I'm going to try and keep it short. It's that I feel like as an artist, sometimes you're a guinea pig for UBI, like universal basic income, like few people figuring out what happens if we just give people money. What do they do? And you know, they make weird art. But like, so maybe everyone's got to learn to be an artist at some point when that's instantiated, and like they're saying jobs are going to be redundant. Let's see. But this idea that like bureaucrats and people in power are looking at artists in terms of trying to understand where things are going, it's exemplified quite well in the example of the white paper that the Labour government put through, where they made the 0 hours contract, and it was actually referencing the way that artists work. And I was saying that there's this group of people that don't want like jobs that are too defined and too structured. They want ad hoc work. And so that was actually like artists being used to put through this policy, which we're seeing the effects of that type of labor. So these kind of things for me are quite important in terms of trying to understand. And then at the same time with the pandemic, there was this kind of division made between the society of like the essential and the non-essential, etc. Doctors being essential, artists not being essential. And at the time, I was able to keep one of my exhibitions open during lockdown. And actually, it was being frequented by doctors and frontline staff consistently over a period of months in the middle of the highest lockdown over winter all the way till spring. And so for me, it was just like, okay, well, if a doctor's essential and they say we need art, then, you know.
Seems like we're essential as well, right?
Yeah, somehow. Like, and it's not to privilege one over the other. It's again to show this sense of interdependence that we all have. And I think whenever we lose sight of that, that's when things start to go really bad.
And I think that's a great place for us to stop the interdependency of all societal structures and creativity at the centre of it. I want to thank the panel for joining us. I feel like we touched on lots scratched the surface of lots more to talk about. I hope that's kick-started quite an energetic rest of day. Thank you very much for joining us.
There we go. I'm going to echo Amanda in thanking the rest of the panelists as well, with Abbas, Annette, and Esme. Can we give a massive round of applause, please, for our wonderful panelists?
Hello. Hiya. It's me again. Are we still alive? Yes! But also, this is just a fabulous panel, so it's just going to be engaging anyway. And it's a very pragmatic conversation, which is what I love. So this is Cultures of Care in Practice. And I'm going to be handing over to this panel to introduce themselves in a second. But just for anyone who didn't see me this morning, I'm KEISHA THOMPSON. I'm the Chief Exec and Artistic Director of Contact, pronouns she, her. Quick audio description, I'm a 160 centimetre brown woman with braids, and today I am wearing a very waterproof black dress with a gold shirt. I think that's all that needs to be said about that. Okay, so I'm just going to hand over quickly to the panel to introduce themselves. We'll start with you, Janet.
Hi, everybody. How are you? I'm Janet Tam. I'm the Executive Director of Something to Aim For. My pronouns are she, her. I am a middle-aged Asian woman with Chinese heritage. My height is about 156 centimeters. I'm not going to tell you my weight, but people describe me as a little bit chubby. I've got black, almost shoulder-length hair, which is very thin, and I'm wearing glasses. Happy to be here.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jo Verrant. I'm the director at an organisation called Unlimited. We commission disabled artists. My pronouns are also she, her, and I'm wearing a grey sparkly dress, kind of like you'd send a 7-year-old to a school disco in, with an orange jacket, and I've got blue glasses on my head. My sign name is an American J, and then the sign for swearing. We'll find out why later.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Smith. I'm the Artistic Director of whole-based theatre company Middle Child. My pronouns are he, him. I am a below-average heighted white male with short hair that is moving further back onto my head the older I get. And I'm wearing a white denim jacket, blue denim jeans, and some brown loafer-type shoes.
Hi everyone, my name is Errol Donald. My pronouns are he, him. I feel like I'm sort of on a catwalk. Today I'm wearing a green khaki shirt, jeans, and my standard New Balance sneakers. The name of my consultancy is Mind Spray, which kind of speaks to my practice as a creative wellbeing practitioner, but also my background as a graffiti artist, and a lot of the work that I do speaks to creativity that exists in communities and is developed and nurtured outside the institution.
Amazing, thank you. So today we're going to be discussing how we can actually put care into practice. So before we get into these juicy 6-minute-y things that you've been asked to prepare, let's kick off with a nice simple question of just when was a time when you were shown care, and we can keep that in the context of in a professional setting. Who would like to go first? Who's budding?
I'm happy to. I was shown care about a week and a half ago at work when I went, I'm suddenly going to need to take Friday off because my mum is moving into a care home from a flat. I've got to go and clear a flat out with my brother. And I said, I've planned it all out. I don't have any more annual leave. It's all booked in for the year. So I'll take the, excuse me, I'll take the hours and I'll work them at the weekend. I've worked out when I can fit them all in. And the rest of my senior management team just went, no, you won't. No. Go. Just go. Don't work Friday. Don't work over the weekend. Just forget it. Don't worry about it. And for me, that's what I would have said to anybody else in my team, but I didn't expect it back. I didn't expect at the top of the organisation, I didn't give myself that same permission. I had to have it given to me by somebody else.
Thank you. I'm just going to pour you a glass of water as well.
Yeah, my example is also about a week and a half ago. We've just finished a particularly busy period. We've just had press night. We've just had all the kind of stresses that come with running a theatre company. And I had my first sort of day off at home, and then my dog got sick, and we had this huge vet bill, and it all just kind of happened at once. And a lovely member of my team turned up with a little care package that had like a bath bomb in it, and some chocolate, and some, yeah, lots of nice things. And it just felt like a really nice moment where, you know, as a leader, sometimes you try and hide that you need a bit of care and that you need a bit of support. But you feel seen. Someone turns up with a little care package, and you really feel like they've sort of seen you and noticed what you needed on that day. And it made a real difference. And yeah, to agree really, sometimes when you're at the top of the organisation, you spend a lot of time giving out the care or keeping an eye on other people's needs. But then, yeah, someone will see that you need it and provide it. And yeah, it's really nice, really appreciated.
Well, I'm going to throw it to Janet.
Okay. I think about this experience when I first joined Something to Aim For in January 2022. I flew straight from Hong Kong, and I was living in Airbnb, and I lived in Edinburgh. It's very difficult to get a place to rent in Edinburgh. And so the first month of me staying in Edinburgh, I spent, apart from working, is to go for flat hunting, trying to get myself a place to stay. And it was chaotic. Luckily, after, I forgot, maybe 6 weeks, I found a place. And then I found that I'm, you know, the admin person, the executive director. I counted how many days off I have taken to go for flat viewing, etc. And then my line manager, the creative director and CEO, said to me, no, this is the least we can do from the company to support my move from Hong Kong to settle down here. And no, just don't count it as your day off. So yeah, I think that is my first time when I first joined the organization, and I know I've landed in an organization that treasures care in this way.
Thank you. Errol?
I guess the earliest example I can think of that still stays with me is as a young graffiti artist and part of a graffiti crew. It feels weird saying crew at the age of whatever. But we were just exploring. Graffiti was very new. We all had aspirations about, you know, working in the creative industries, but we didn't really know how. So we were effectively just hanging out and developing our craft individually. And one day we worked with an organisation, an arts organisation in Shepherd's Bush, and one of the artists welcomed us into his studio. And he was a sculptor, and he shared his practice with us, and he made us feel welcome. At that time, young people were kind of stereotyped and stigmatized in the press. Opportunities for young people were, I guess as they are now, like pretty scarce. And there was we felt like outsiders. We loved it, but we also really knew that we were kind of operating outside of what was seen as traditional creative paradigms. And just the fact that he witnessed us, and he let us see his work, and he just let us hang out there for no other reason but just to kind of make us feel welcome. And I think that allowed me to conflate an idea of what I was doing as a graffiti artist seem like art because we shared the same space, and that's something that's stayed with me.
Well, thank you. So if it's all right, we'll start with you, Errol. We'll stick with you. I'm trying to be as diplomatic as possible, just splashing all over the place. So yeah, we'll start from your side and work this way round now. If you can just give us the fuller thing that you've prepared that you wanted to share with us to give us an example of something that feels tangible in terms of what is care in practice?
So, as I've mentioned at least 5 times already, graffiti is my background. But I subsequently went on to work in professional design and gained sort of fairly senior position and worked on national and international work. And so very early in my life, I guess there was a sense of operating in different cultures, not just racial or class-based, but also creative cultures. Working in a corporate space was great, but it wasn't where my heart was. My heart was in the community, and I just loved the unbridled passion of creativity that just came from a very sort of spiritual and emotional place. I loved the money of the corporate space, don't get me wrong, but after a while it just didn't seem to kind of resonate as much, and I had to feed a certain part of my personality. I also, at that time in the creative space, when I was learning to adjust to not having creativity in my life, I started volunteering. I mean, I'd always volunteered, even as a young person, but I started working more directly with young people. And that developed to a point where I was studying child psychotherapy and eventually became a creative wellbeing practitioner. But at the heart of my practice is a sense that some people are finding it difficult to adjust to different spaces. Sometimes people in the corporate space find it difficult to adjust to a new physical domain. Some of the practices, some of the codes and values, it's sometimes very difficult for certain people to find alignment in that. And so part of my practice is supporting young people to adjust from education into early experience, but also supporting young entrepreneurs and creatives to deal with some of the challenges that come along with having big clients and having huge expectations. And also, what I stand for is bringing what is often invisible visible. So that's not just having powerful or meaningful conversations, but it's also about pointing things out which kind of lurk in the shadows, and we kind of typically try to avoid and skillfully avoid. For me, there is something about some of the stories that we tell ourselves at a very early age, and some of the things that we hold onto as we try and navigate that space in terms of being a professional creative. If I were to kind of summarize it, well, I'm not quite sure how I'm doing for time, but I would say a lot of the experiences I've had, conversations I've had, heated debates that I've had, speak to just being human. And what happens quite often is people are dehumanized, sometimes unintentionally, sometimes without sort of enough forethought. But I think at the heart of my practice and what I really stand for is black people and people of colour who are typically seen as invisible. Their feelings and their thoughts and their emotions are also seen as invisible. And not exclusively people of colour. I've worked across the board, across abilities. But I think there is just something that's really important to me about bringing a wider discourse about where people come from, what they bring, not just emotionally and culturally, but also creatively. I think that graffiti art and hip-hop culture has informed the global cultural, visual design landscape and it's had a huge impact on the world. And I think there are more hip-hops to come. So I think there's something about bringing those things that are typically seen as outside in.
Amazing, thank you. And yeah, bang on time. Hey.
Seasoned pro.
Okay, Paul.
Luke.
Pressure's on now. My company, Middle Child, was formed just over 11 years ago by 9 friends who graduated from university together. And in forming this company, we wanted to change the world, as you always do when you're fresh out of uni and you think that's an easy thing to do. And, you know, when we first started, we thought that that meant making really heavy and important political theatre that said how the worst thing ever to happen in this country was David Cameron and Nick Clegg working together for a coalition. And obviously things have changed a lot since then. But we kind of set out to make political theatre, and then as we started doing that, we realised that we weren't making the change we wanted in the industry or in the world at all. And part of that came from, I guess, a realisation and an acceptance that the people in our audiences were the people that were in all theatre audiences, or that you would expect to see in theatre audiences. And so we started rewiring and reworking and reevaluating everything we did. And one thing that we kind of really moved towards was taking a more holistic approach to who accesses culture and who engages with culture. And we moved away from thinking that's just about what's on stage. And actually that's more about how you talk about what's on stage, how you create inclusive spaces, how you work with people to feel like making and experiencing art is for them. And so over the years, I think we've kind of moved from a capital P political theatre company into I guess a theatre company who tries to think about how social codes and social impact around our work can really change who is in the audience and also who is working off stage and working to create art. And all of that is a kind of way of leading us towards thinking about care within what we do as an organisation. And I guess because we set this company up, one thing that we spend a lot of our time doing is avoiding just falling into the traps of how things have always been done. But I think when you first start something, you sort of naturally borrow from what everyone else is doing and you just sort of go along with that. But I think over the years, we've really found confidence to actually, you know, what do we want? How do we want our company to run? What do we want to stand for? What's important to us? And so a lot of what we do is trying to reject that temptation to be sort of dragged into the usual way of doing things. I'm sure as we go, we'll talk a little bit around some of these things in a bit more detail, but just to throw a sort of few thoughts out there in terms of how we operate, we really try to place transparency and authenticity at the heart of our organisation. So if we make a decision or if we implement a new policy or something like that, we'll often write a blog that talks really publicly and openly about it. We try to, own and sort of share every decision and how we got there. We're a very human-centred organisation, put human-centred care at the heart of everything we do. And often one of the things we try to do is listen to a problem and then try and think of an action-focused response so that we hear the problem, but then it's like, okay, well, what can we, within our realm, within our remit, what can we do to support that? And I think the key question we always find ourselves asking is, what do you need? And I think that's one of the best questions we can ever ask anyone we work with. What do you need? So as we go, I'm happy to expand on these, but I guess the sort of big headline thing that we've done is move towards 4-day working, which we've now implemented for the past 18 months, and which I was well against to start with. I was convinced it wouldn't work. I was convinced there wouldn't be enough time and that we wouldn't get anything done. But now I'm a huge advocate of 4-day working. Particularly as someone with an anxiety disorder and also who is a bit of a workaholic, the 4-day week has absolutely changed my life for the better. Other than that, just a quick list. We've been working with Parents in the Performing Arts, PIPA, and doing lots of brilliant work for how we support parents and carers better in our industry. We have embedded flexible working. We've incorporated a more flat hierarchy, things like check-ins at the start and end of every meeting and every single day. We launched a programme called Recover, Restart, Reimagine at the end of the pandemic, which paid freelancers for 3 weeks just to come back and be in the room together and remember what it is to be an artist and to be a person in a room with other people. And the whole drive behind that was that it's care-led and it's not output-led. It's not write as a play, it's just come and be and exist. We incorporate a wellbeing fund into each of our projects, which people can spend on whatever they like. We pay for counsellors to be on hand should anyone we work with need to use them. We invest a lot in training, such as mental health first aid, unconscious bias training, etc. And then, yeah, there's quite a few initiatives that we do that put care and theatre together. So we're doing an initiative at the moment called A Play in a Plate, where we will put some food on for people, invite them along totally free of charge, and read a play for them as they eat. And that's for people who, you know, are really struggling with the cost of living at the moment. And then there's another initiative we do, which is called Take Your Seat, which is buying theatre tickets for people who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford them. So I guess they're just two examples of seeing a problem and then finding an action-focused approach to offering a solution. Yeah, there's loads to dig into there, but that's probably it for now. But I think the main thing that we're trying to get better at and learning every single day is how do we prioritise care in an industry that often forgets about care.
Brill. And also on time. Love it. We have just started a 4-day week as well, 100-80-100, so maybe we can swap some tips. Yeah, I'm going to hand over to Jo.
So I'm the Director of Unlimited. We're a commissions programme that supports disabled artists. So 100% of the grants that we give out, the work that we commission, is by disabled artists. We're a principally disabled-led team, 83% of the team disabled or identify as having access needs or long-term health conditions, and 93% of our board do. But when we're thinking about care, we're thinking intersectionally, not just about disability, but also about parental, global majority, LGBTQIA+, whatever somebody's facets of their identity come into play when we're thinking about how care works out. Part of it is really boring. Part of it is about policies. And exactly the same as you were saying, we started out, we'd been a programme for 9 years, and a year and a half we developed into an independent organisation. So we just finished our first year. But when we were a programme, we had other people's policies. We didn't have to worry about that. We could just get on with doing the work. Now we're an independent organisation, we did. And we were really shocked at just how crap so much... everybody's borrowed a policy from somebody back in the 70s and has ignored it. Most of them aren't even legally compliant. We were amazed at just at how shit everybody's policies were that we asked, and people were very embarrassed about showing us them. So we decided to put policies very central within the organisation rather than on the periphery, and decided to use them as living documents about how we wanted to work rather than things that would just gather dust. Fuck me, it's taken time. To actually involve everybody in the organisation, we do one a month. One a month, we have a meeting where we read through the shit policy we may have inherited and go, what needs to change here? And a lot of it is language and approach. They're written, some of the archaic ones are written from the perspective of the organisation. Genuinely, no fucks given for the people who are working there at all. And we're trying to turn that round and actually send to the the employees within policies, or at least, at best, make them a conversation between the organisation and the employees, rather than this is what the company says. So for an example, our sick pay policy had all the legal stuff in, was seen as being generous, but actually, one of my team members said, well, look, I've got a chronic condition. If I have a flare, my 1 month's paid, sick leave, that's going to go over in a flash. If you put me on half pay, I'm going to lose my flat. But then we had to go, okay, so we want to improve the terms and conditions. How much is that actually going to cost us? Because every time you change a policy, you have to make sure you've got the money to actually implement that change. And so it's not just something nice to do. First time we did our sick pay policy, we took out everything horrible and just made it all really lovely, and we'll support you and we'll do this. And we took it to our HR company and they went, no. You're actually giving people no legal framework here for what to do if the worst happens. So we actually had to put back in a lot of stuff that we thought was irrelevant, but to actually put back in what would happen if somebody's sick record was really, really low, and actually we had to negotiate with them whether they needed to reduce their hours. Or worse comes to the worst, whether they were actually fit to work. Because it is not caring to put somebody in a position of working when actually it is not good for their mental or physical health. It's not good to take them out of that conversation either. It's a conversation that has to be had as a team. But also, it's not good to just bung in an occupational therapist who might not think that somebody can do work when we know they can. So lots and lots of stuff started to unravel from redoing our sick pay policy. We also put in disability-related leave. So there's loads of times when a disabled person isn't sick, but may have to attend appointments, rehabilitation, therapy, a whole range of things. We've got that in our policy now as additional to sick leave. So you've got some days there that you can use, you've got your sick days, you've got your caring days, and every time anybody's off, we're going, right, which of our days is this? We also have mental health days. You can have 3 mental health days a year, and they're either you're just having a shit day, you're not ill necessarily, but life has got on top of you. Take the day off, go do something else. Or they're preventative. It is really sunny. My mate's going to the swimming pool. I'm going to go. I'm going to use up one of my days. It's a free pass. So going through policies and working out how can we be as generous as we can be within the confines of the funds that we have. Because that's the other thing. We really, radically improved our offer, but then we found that the work wasn't getting done, and actually people were then getting stressed because they couldn't do the work in the time they had left. So we now have a freelancer budget that enables people to bring in freelancers to cover pieces of work when their workload gets too heavy, so everybody has access to that. So there's lots of things we do, but for me the really interesting thing is what is the implication of some of the things that we do, and how can we do the long-term planning to make sure that they're not just something nice, on a piece of paper, but they can actually work in practice. And that's the nitty-gritty that we're dealing with at the moment. And it's absolutely fascinating, even though policies themselves are very dull.
Thank you, Jo. And finally, Janet.
Hi, everyone. I'll pull out my cheat sheet to make sure that I'll stay on track and hopefully within 6 minutes. Actually, as I just mentioned, I only joined Something to Aim For in the beginning of 2022. A little bit about Something to Aim For. It is a creative structure support organization that brings about change by authentically reflecting marginalized and underrepresented artists and communities. By that, I mean people who may have who may experience, who are at the intersection of race, class, disability, health. So, and it was set up in 2019, following the work of 2 organizations called In Company Collective and an arts, health and social change program called The Sick of the Fringe. So for me, coming from Hong Kong, a totally different context and landing into this organization. And I think I'm going to share with you my experience by wearing 3 different hats. The first one is wearing the hat of a newbie. Remember the first day of school. It's scary, right? Add to that the cultural difference from a totally different place and city, landing here, working in the UK, speaking English, which is my second language. And of course, we don't have a physical office, which didn't help much. It's very difficult to bond with your fellow co-workers. So I landed into this organization. Apart from that story I shared in the beginning, I think there were a couple of things that made the experience less scary. And apart from the work that I understand what the organization does, it's also when I read about staff's core values, which are bold, generosity, authentic, and collaborative. Having read that, I was already okay, a little bit relieved. And then after joining the organization, I got a more closer look at the practice of the company. I noticed that the HR policies that was already in place helped, and the access rider, so that people in the company know about the support needs of each other. And as fundamental as having a check-in as human beings in all of our meetings. We didn't do that in Hong Kong. And so as fundamental as that. And as a newbie, I am very much aware of the patience that my co-workers have when I struggle to find the words, and their sensitivity to feed in background information or context that may be very obvious to people who grow up in the UK, but not as a new migrant. So I think it made me feel safe in this space, that, and to know that it is an inclusive and supportive space, that I am assured that I can be authentic and to embrace my lived experience and to do why I'm joining this organization for, and which leads to my second role, my second head as the executive director, executive director, the boring stuff, the administrative stuff. And I think having that company culture of care really helps in team building, and especially when we were facing a lot of crisis and difficult situations. The values and practice of being open and authentic, as well as critical generosity that we practice within the organization, have supported us through very tough and precarious times. It was not easy last year, my last year being at staff, but having that care in practice has made it less difficult. It's having that support infrastructure and framework and clarity. So even when you have to deal with difficult situations such as redundancy, how do you do it in a more caring way? But I'm glad that we are on the path of rebuilding the organization. And as a matter of fact, we are looking for new administrators to support the organization. If you're interested, check out our website. So, and another thing I think which is essential is within the infrastructure, we have built-in resources, set aside a budget for care. I think that is essential, because if we are not unable to provide a caring infrastructure for the people within the organization, whether people on salary or freelance people, we won't be able to do our work and to support those who need our support. So in our global and project budget, we always set aside a budget for care. And we have, part of what I did last year was to set up the guidelines for that care practice or policy. And I think this kind of provisions is as important as having access or budget for staff training. So it's part of the operational expenses, which will be very useful and for the organization. So last but not least, my head as a human being. The creative industries is probably one of the most stressful industries. Everybody in this room know it. And I think I learned it I find out this from a very hard way as through cancer, to be kind and caring to myself and my needs. So what after dealing with cancer, I found what have changed is to make time to commit to myself, to set aside me time where I am the priority. It could be as simple as what you can afford, like swimming, cooking, or giving your cat a belly rub, or just do nothing. I think it is sometimes such a luxury to just do nothing. And so I think the lessons I learned are to be kind to yourself before you can be kind to others, and to accept that life is imperfect, but there is beauty within that imperfection.
Thank you. Amazing. Thank you, Jenna. Okay, so wanted to give space for you to ask questions. It might be that someone said something that you really would like to find out a bit more about, unpack, or you've got just a general question for the panel. We've got some mics that are roaming or roving. I never know which is the right word. They're both right, aren't they? They can roam and rove. They can do whatever they want in it, Jacob. Yeah. So yes, has anyone got a question? At the front.
Hello, I'm really interested in what you were talking about, policies, and I wondered how you introduce freelancers that might be coming to you for like a short amount of time to the policies that might be relevant to them.
So that's directed to Joe, and it's just a question about policies, yeah, and freelancers.
Really interesting question. Our freelancers are linked. So the first thing we do is really value freelancers. So, for example, if the salaries go up with the cost of living increase, for example, so do freelancers. There's a link between the two. And I think if you don't do that, then you're really dissing freelancers hugely. We're working on a kind of freelancer induction pack at the moment, because I don't think we do it particularly well at the moment. Employment policies cannot impact on freelancers, because if they do, and you give freelancers sick pay, or you give freelancers basically any rights at all, you're illegal. It's against IR 35. There's a really clear piece of legal guidance saying you can't treat freelancers in the same way you can an employee. What you can do is pay freelancers really well and work with freelancers so that they can build up their own financial buffers, which will cover sick leave or holiday leave. If we're doing some training and we've got some spare places on it, we offer that to freelancers and we pay them to attend because we value their time. If we're working with freelancers on a project, there will be admin time costed in to that contract. So the best thing we can do for freelancers is to pay them well and to ensure that we're looking at everything that is involved in that process, not just the days worked. I suppose the other thing that we do within that is we have the rates that we pay freelancers, rather than asking people to tender with a particular rate, because we find people are so used to cost cutting and trying to undercut other people to get a job that most people quote us a rate that's way below what we'll actually pay. So we've turned that round and said, no, we'll pay you this for this work. We've got 5 different rates.
Thank you, Joe. I know that was directed to you, but is there anyone else on the panel that would like to speak to policy?
Yeah, I guess it's also finding a balance, because part of me is always like, oh yeah, let's send all of our policies to freelancers. But then again, you're saying, right, can you read these really boring, long documents, probably outside of time? So I really hear that it's about considering everything. So we've done a bit of, I guess, making simpler, more palatable ways of talking about stuff. So our welcome pack, for example, won't just tell you where the good pubs are, but we'll also go into like how we want to work together, the things that are in place to offer support and everything like that. I think it's also, I think the best thing we can do is listen to freelancers and make space to hear them. The Make Freelancers Make Theatre Work programme has been amazing. We did our own tiny version of that called Imagine the Future, where we basically just called loads of freelancers in and said, what aren't we doing for you? What could we be doing for you? Because there is a bit of a danger of lots of salaried people sitting around making decisions for what freelancers need. So I think there's a huge part as well of just I guess embedding freelancers at every aspect of the organisation, making sure your board has freelance people on it, making sure that if you're doing a selection panel, you have freelancers on it. If you're setting a policy, ask freelancers and pay them to feed into that. So yeah, I guess just really centering that freelance voice, but also not expecting them to do loads of reading and work free of charge.
Okay. No. Okay. Have we got another question? Yes, got a hand at the front there.
Hi, mine's a question for Paul. I'm really interested in hearing more about the Wellbeing Fund and the counsellor pay and how those work in practice and like how they're taken up.
Yeah, thank you. The Wellbeing Fund is a source of very minor controversy in our organisation. Some people have historically really wanted it to be a list of things you can use it for, and I've always tried to push against that a little bit because I think well-being means different things for different people. For somebody it might be, you know, getting their nails done, for somebody it might be a massage, or it could be anything. So I'm really keen that we practice trust, and so what we will do is across a project we will say there is this amount of money as a well-being fund. If you would like to use it, just let us know what you want to use it for, and that's going to be okay. There is a slight caveat that it's not a huge amount of money, and when it's gone, but generally we've found that people really work together to best spend that. Sometimes they club in together or whatever. But I think my perspective is that it's quite important that that can be quite open, because again, I don't want to sit there and make a menu of what people can and can't do and what counts as well-being. So yeah, we will fix the amount of money we're willing to spend on it and then leave it relatively open. The counsellor thing that we do is slightly different in that we will tend to pay a counsellor for their time, and then we'll let people sign up for blocks of an hour. So we'll say they're available Friday morning and Tuesday afternoon. If you want to book a slot, just let us know and we'll make sure that we can work around that. If it's an actor, for example, in rehearsals, if it's a staff member, we can find time for that. But yeah, people just take slots for what they need.
We did a birthday fund for joy. We gave everybody who worked 50 quid, but they had to spend it on something that would bring them joy. But it couldn't be alcohol, because we thought that would be sending a very bad message out into the world. But that was fantastic. I bought plants for my garden, and you know, manicures. Somebody bought a train ticket to go and see their dad because they didn't have the money to just go and do that on the spur of the moment. It was a beautiful array of things, but I absolutely agree with you. There's no point in setting something up and then being really prescriptive, because you're just going to turn people off. And everybody's individual, so everybody's perspective on joy or well-being will be completely different.
Yeah, and it really taps into what you were saying about trust, but also having a holistic approach, isn't it? It just made me think about when I was the chair of a charity that's just wrapped up called Future Ventures Fund, and during lockdown we gave money to the artists. So we were saying, we're not really interested in what you spend this on, and it might be that you need to spend it on stuff that's nothing to do with your art, but we're just invested in you as a functioning, living artist, and that's enough. Yeah, which can be really, it's strange how some people respond to that, because they've clearly not experienced it, they will be like, oh, but can I do this, can I do that, like, I need a list, and they don't trust it because it's just so unusual, which is a shame. Yes, there's a hand at the back there.
Am I on? Yep. A couple of questions from the Zoomers, the first of which is from Jules, and that follows on from the discussion just then. Jules's question is, how have your funders, stakeholders, responded to these initiatives, i.e. the wellbeing budgets or mental health days? Have they been supportive?
Well, maybe I can start. I haven't joined the organization for a very long time, but I can tell that they, well, I'll first talk about artists or community groups that we work with. They appreciate it. That I think it's not very common to have that kind of care in place to provide this support. And for funders, just not very long ago, I was working on an application with a funder that we eventually got the core funding. And when I was working on the budget, I was also thinking about, will the funder ask me about the budget that I put in for care? Will I have to justify it? And what will be my justification? And of course, I think being staff, and already it is in our core value about care, it is our responsibility at the same time to educate the sponsor that we need this in place so that we can do our work. And if we want to support underrepresented artists who don't have enough access to the creative industries, this is something that needs to be there. Otherwise, it's not going to work. It's like pushing somebody to something that setting them to fail if worse comes to worse. So I think that is from my very limited time at staff, but already I can tell the difference.
We've never had a funder push back against it. I think funders actually welcome it. I think it's our fear and our assumptions about how funders will react that hold us back, not the reality.
Yeah, we've never had a problem, but I do think that we've created some of our own anxieties around it sometimes, and I think as time's gone on, we've built more confidence to really advocate for why we're doing these things. When we first started doing 4-day week, my biggest fear was that everyone would think we were lazy or that we just wanted to work less, but obviously that's not the case. Most people who work in the arts will know that, but yeah, we've never had any problems, and I think if we did now, we would be really confident to say this is the impact, this is the benefit from a well-being perspective, but also from an environmental perspective, from a financial perspective. We can list now all of these different reasons. So although we haven't had that conversation yet, I think we've got all of the, we make sure we have the data and all of the impacts so that if anyone were ever to challenge it, we can say this isn't separate to the work we make. If you like the work we make and the thing we're trying to do, this is central to that rather than added on to that.
I think in the work that I've done, and part of my work is evaluating courses that widen access and increase participation. I think the discourse or the conversation that is held with funders in terms of evaluation and reporting is often dependent on what the organisation is willing to hold, and how honest they are in terms of feeding that back into any sort of evaluation or reporting as part of any future funding applications. So I think obviously we're all advocates, so we're going to be very honest and open about the types of conversations that we're having with our staff or with our student cohort or with our teachers or lecturers. But I think a big part of it is what any individual organisation is willing to hold, and obviously showing how they are working through the particular issues towards a particular goal. So I still think that there is an opportunity for all the different parties to be willing to work together. So it's not just like, one size fits all and it's a massive tick. I think it's going to happen over time, but I do think it's a conversation that we need to pull funders into.
Yeah, was there another question from the Zoom that you wanted to throw in?
Hi, I've got 2 questions relating to the 4-day working week, so I'm going to summarise them. The first was from Lisa, asking about how staff were supported to adopt the 4-day working week. So particularly, Paul, I think you spoke about apprehension before it was implemented and how staff were supported through that. And if I can just cannily wrap in a second question, Jules was asking Morven was asking how, thinking about the 4-day week, how that worked for freelancers, how you wrapped in. So how do you support staff and how do you wrap in freelancers into that piece of work?
Yeah, thank you. I guess, we adopted 4-day week initially following the pandemic, and that was very much a response to, a lot of the team being furloughed, everything being upside down for a while. So we sort of began doing it as a kind of somewhat phased return to work, but also just acknowledging the kind of shared trauma that we'd all been through. following that, the first thing we did really was pilot the 4-day week. We didn't go straight in and say this is something we're definitely doing, everyone has to adopt it. We just said, okay, we're going to gently test the waters for a couple of months, see how it goes. And in doing so, we had a conversation with every member of staff and said, okay, if you were to design the perfect week for you, what would that look like? If you know, 4-day week, these amount of hours roughly, how would you design that? And everybody sort of had a go. And most people did the same thing, but a couple of people did something slightly different. And we just tried that for a little while. And then as we went, we kept tweaking, little fixes, little shifts here and there until everybody was going, this is really working now, this feels really good. And now we're in a place where everybody does Tuesday to Friday. Everyone does the same days, which is really nice. But I think what we tried to avoid was the pressure of saying, okay, everyone, there's been a senior management meeting and we've all decided that the way you live and work is changing, so here's how it's going to happen. So it was very much about working with the team, asking their opinions, and then checking in at sort of key moments and saying, how's it feeling now? How does it feel during productions? How does it feel during Christmas? All this stuff. So that was the sort of first aspect of it. And then in terms of freelancers, some of our best feedback around 4-day working has been from freelancers. And I think probably the main thought behind that is that there's no loss of pay with any of our 4-day working. So at no point does anyone earn less because of 4-day working. Feedback from freelancers has said that having a 3-day weekend really supports them to make their own decisions, knowing that if they're working on a project with us, you know, they're getting the same week's pay that, you know, they're not losing any money for doing 4 days, but they now have that extra time to catch up on life admin or catch up on freelance admin or, you know, tidy the house or all the stuff that often gets sort of squished into that week. So yeah, I think generally freelancers have been really happy with it. I guess, you know, full transparency, the thing we're still wrestling with are things like tech weeks, touring weeks, where we are occasionally slightly at the behest of like venues and schedules and all of that sort of thing. So in terms of kind of the overall view of it, there are still some things to fix, but generally the freelance feedback has been incredible. And my fear as a director was that it's already hard enough to get a production ready in sort of 4 weeks. I was like, how am I ever going to do that with 4 days less in a rehearsal process? But actually, what I've really noticed is that the freelancers we're working with are turning up more refreshed, more energized, more positive. Whereas before, they would often be exhausted. They'd be up all night learning lines. They'd, you know, be up first thing in the morning doing life admin, and they would just be knackered by the end of the week. Whereas the thing I've found now is that extra day a week means that they're in a really good place.
Thank you. I think we've got time for one more question. Oh, from the Zoom room, are we doing it?
Yep. If there isn't one from the floor. I've got someone asking, do you have any tips for micro-organisations that don't have the budgets or staffing that large organisations do? We only have one part-time staff member, but are often treated as though we're a large funded organisation. This person ends up working a lot for free and burning out. And for some people, it still isn't enough. I'd love to do the things you suggest, but it feels very out of reach. What do you suggest?
Anyone wanting to jump on that?
For me, it's setting boundaries. And I feel a bit hypocritical because I'm a bit shit at it. But I think it's really, really important to be... If you overwork, and I speak as somebody who overworks a lot, what you're doing is setting false expectations for the future. Unless I can get on top of my job in my hours, I can't pass that job over to anybody else because I'm setting an unrealistic expectation of what it takes to do that work. And I think if you've got a micro-organisation, you have to be realistic about what you can do on the funding that you have and make what you do brilliant, but without putting all the hours that, you know, all those voluntary hours into it. And it's really, really hard to do. But unless we all do that, unless there's a collective compact to do that, we are subsidising our sector. And we're doing it at the expense of our own health.
Yeah, I'd add that, I guess the creative industry suffers from this sense that our work isn't often valued, or the time isn't valued, or the intellectual property isn't valued unless there's a patent attached to it. And I think there is something really important about just recognizing the value that you bring and being okay with the organization being that size and what you can and can't do. And in your communication, be honest and transparent, but also don't allow some of these extenuating factors to diminish the value of your work and, more importantly, the relationships with your key clients.
It reminds me of two things that I'd like to share. Something to Aim For is a very small organization. We have 3 headcounts, but maybe one, well, the current FTE is 1.0, okay? And then we are constantly looking at cash flow. Do we have enough money coming in to balance out for the year? Everybody knows about that when you do budgets. But then just recently, I think we asked ourselves in one of our meetings as I was struck doing the budgeting. And then at that point of our meeting, we stopped and we asked ourselves, what would be the worst thing that happened if we are not doing this and this and this and this and this? What is going to happen? Then by looking at the possibilities of what could happen, then I think we were doing an exercise of finding the options and to help ourselves to make informed choice that can help for us to mitigate the situation. And then the second thing I'd like to share is when we were working on a recent funding application, it's a 2nd stage application. The foundation sent us a list of bespoke questions. The first one is, okay, if you're going to do your work, what kind of things from your existing work that you are going to take out in order for you to be able to achieve your organizational goal? And I think that is a very good question, and I keep thinking about it as I try to mitigate or find a way about how things should work out. I think that is a very good question that I have kept it and keep reminding myself, and I hope that is useful for you.
Paul, did you want to add? Or?
Yeah, I think some of the best things we've done have been free. So I would say that not everything has to cost money. Obviously, there are financial implications to certain things, but sometimes it's as simple as the way that you write an email, or the way that you change the wording or the positioning of a policy. Sometimes it's about just a little thing that you can include in a contract, for example, so it doesn't all necessarily have to be financial. I think the other thing, I can't remember the exact question, but there was something that sort of hinted towards perception or perception of organisation. And just to pick up on Errol's point about transparency, I think, is there value in putting out there, who you are and who's doing the work, and just being really clear about what the reality of the organisation is. I think whenever we've been worried about how people perceive us, our response has often been to just really honestly and transparently and openly talk about that in a public forum. And more often than not, the response we've gotten has been brilliant. So I think if there is a question there about perception, maybe just think about how you can, I guess, lead that and shape that perception, and say, we are only a small team. Here's all the things we are doing, but we can't do more yet, but we're hoping to, and just really take the ball by the horns in that sense.
Great, thank you so much, and thank you for your questions in here and in the Zoom room. So yeah, I'm unfortunately having to wrap it up. It's been a really great conversation, very tangible, which is what I always love, because I'm just one of those action pragmatic-y people. But yeah, I thought I'd end with a question around what is it that might have chimed with you from someone else on this panel? Whilst you were sat here, is there something that someone else has said that has made you think, oh yeah, that's kind of validated, or you thought, I'm going to go away and try that, or I've got a question now? Yeah, is there anyone that feels that they would like to jump on that first?
But we're looking into the 4-day week. I have massive reservations, particularly because we've got loads of part-time staff. And, you know, some of our 3-day weekers go, great, I'll just keep doing my 3-day week. And it's kind of like, that's not the point of the 4-day week, is to... So I don't know how it would work for us, but I'm going to get your email and email you and we'll have a chat.
Thank you, Jo. Errol, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I think your discussion around policy and your discussion around language made me think about the importance of just straight communications. You know, quite often if you're filling out a funding application or writing a report, whatever it is, quite often the language that's used is either archaic or very convoluted or invites you to kind of go and speak to your friend who might got a first from Cambridge in order to kind of navigate your way to the end of the process. And I think there's something really powerful about being able to engage cross-culturally through the simple use of language.
Great. I'll jump to Paul and then Janet.
Yeah, I think the same comment about policies and how they have to be active, and just got me thinking about how insidious bad practice can be. And sometimes I'll look at one of our documents and go, who wrote this? Like, oh, this doesn't speak to who we are or want to be at all. Like, where has this come from? So that thing about going through policies and going, let's make sure that we give these as much attention as we do our scripts or our plays or our creative projects.
Well, for me, it's from all three other panelists. It's about how it's a horizontal kind of leadership that you are leading to engage your team, your community to make decisions together. I think that is the part I'm taking away.
Brill, thank you. And in the want to not encroach on your break any further, I will say thank you very much, and it's now a comfort break for 10 minutes.
Hey guys, how we feeling? Oh, wow. I love that someone over here honestly said they're feeling knackered. I like that, because I was going to do the whole make you say it again thing, but it's like, it's 5 o'clock. There's been lots of really, really interesting conversations. There's been lots for us to think about, right? So it's kind of, okay, I'm going to challenge you. You're not knackered. I think you are punch drunk on thought. That's what we're going to go with, okay? That's what we're going to go with. That's what we're going to go with. Your brain is computing all the intellectual and meaningful things we've heard today. We are coming towards the end of the day. Please, nobody cheer, because that would mean that you're glad that we're coming to an end. But if anyone wants to say "or," you can say "or." Okay. You guys are so good. I love that. Okay, we are coming to the part of the day when we are going to hear from an amazing artist. Really delighted to introduce to the stage OTOMEWO, fantastic writer and multidisciplinary artist based in Manchester. They've done lots of work with really important and meaningful organisations, including Contact, and they have written a poem that they're going to share with us. So without further ado, Ella.
Thanks, Reece. Yeah, my name is Ella OTOMEWO. I use she, her pronouns, and to describe myself, I'm a mixed race woman with brown skin, a white shirt on, and gold rimmed glasses that I wear every day, so they're really a part of my face. Today I've been sitting in the back, sometimes sitting on Zoom, and taking notes and just taking in the wisdom and hearing about what all these incredible people have to say about care in leadership. And over the last hour or so, I've been pulling these thoughts together into a poem called Re-Up, Revive, Regain. And here it is. On the days when you have been knocked sideways, when that which is damaged seems to seep in and flood the boat, when the journey feels treacherous, re-up, revive, regain. When this precarious boat we are all in is dashed by the waves and your skin feels thin, when all eyes look to you as your mind spins and it's like you can't win, look within. There is a deeper wisdom that grounds you to re-up, revive, regain. When you know deep down that the beacon you hold and those stories untold are worthy. When you know that your vision is bold,
that within your cracks is the gold. That is the sign to re-up, revive, regain. When you are fueled by passion, by that creative, collective energy, when you are navigating your way to compassion, know that you are moving through uncharted waters. The path to care is a detour. There's no quick cure. It's a constant reimagining of how to work, live, and commune creatively. You might have to leave your Britishness behind, and as its replacement, find your vulnerability, your fluidity. It could feel exposing or confronting to re-up, to revive, to regain. When you know the costs that come with the gifts, when yours are the hands pushing for this shift, my hope for you is of kinship. It is your instinct. It is trusting your gut. Daunting steps taken elegantly to re-up, to revive, to regain. Pick up your worthiness from within, care from the ground up, then begin. It is care that will protect the collective magic you create, releasing the weight of the past, releasing the tension from our bodies, releasing the shame, re-up, revive, regain. Thank you.
Phenomenal. I'm really jealous, Ella. I'm a writer, but I couldn't do what you did in an hour, so I'm really impressed. And I've been trying to leave my Britishness behind for a while. So it's really nice to hear that reflected in the context of thinking of care and thinking of being radical. So thank you so much. Another round of applause, please, for Ella. Absolutely stunning. I'm now going to welcome to the stage now Chloe Osborne and also Mandy Kweevalanda, who are both representing People United. They're going to lead us into the final session, which is exploring, this is not a manifesto. So how do we put the things we've been speaking about into practice? How do we create our own compass to navigate the complexity of care? Can we give a massive round of applause, please, for our final presenters?
People that need it. I use the pronouns she, her. I am a short woman who has propped herself up on some platform 90s sandals, but it is too cold, so I am also wearing glittery socks. I have, thank you. I have black dungarees on and a magenta silky shirt, and as my daughter would say, half a haircut. I'm going to invite Mandy to describe herself when she shares the mic with me in a moment. For this session, I'm going to invite everyone to dig around into the crumpled spaces in your bag and see if you can find one of these. And if you can't, just signal, and we'll use a bit of collective action to shuffle them back from the front row. So if you haven't got one, this is the moment. For people who are joining us on Zoom, we invited you to either print one out in advance or to have with you a piece of paper that you can use to join in with some of the things that we are going to ask you about. So this is the last session of the day. It's been a lot. I'm going to invite you just to put your hand on your heart if you feel like your heart is full right now. And I'm going to invite you to put your hand on your head if you feel like your head is full. Okay, we're a bit saturated in this space. So I'm going to invite you just to arrive in this space by activating both into a small Vogue action. And as you look around, just check out the other people voguing with you. These are the people who you've been journeying with throughout today. These are people who have digested some of the same sessions as you and some different, but who are probably carrying different things from them. Give your hands a little shake out. Okay, so who are we? So Mandy and I are both here today on behalf of People United. I'm not going to talk much about us. You can Google us. It's the great thing about the web, isn't it? You can just Google us and find out all you want to. The thing I am going to tell you about us is that we spend a lot of time exploring processes of care-centred co-design. What does that mean? What does that mean? It means that we spend a lot of time asking questions. It means that we travel with an awareness of how much we don't know. It means that we practice, that we experiment, and that we're in a place now where we can acknowledge that a lot of the ways that we have worked have not in fact worked for everyone. We've seen how care-centered co-creation shifts power incrementally, slowly, sometimes imperceptibly, but that the shift does happen. We've heard today about how it disrupts, how it can challenge, but also how it can provoke change, not just in the room, but rippling outwards. I'm going to invite someone to read this quote from someone we were collaborating with recently. Can we have, I'm going to call you the dancing mics, no pressure. But I'm going to invite a series of people to read out as we bring other voices into the space with us in this last hour. So if you'd be happy to read out, just sort of Beyonce hand, and one of the dancing mics will come towards you. Fantastic.
It's remarkable how unusual it is to be treated with care, and terrifying.
Yeah. Something that we often think about is that if you can create the conditions of care in one space, how does it feel like to go outside of it? What's the awareness that that brings of absence in the other spaces that we navigate? And how do we build the skills to be able to navigate the spaces where care isn't centered without losing our own values? Okay. So, we are going to invite you today to not do a manifesto, because something that we have learned, one of the only things that we're certain of, is that care never looks the same way more than once, and that you can't concretize it. It can't actually be captured on a piece of paper in one person's words, not a party's words either. So I'm going to invite you all just to rip the word manifesto from the top of your sheet and listen to that sound of collective ripping. Join in from home or just enjoy the audio. And then, sorry, contact team, but just throw it away. See where it lands? A lot of the spaces today have been talking about disruption and asking us to do it. And we've been giving each other the mandate to be able to disrupt the systems that aren't working, to think about the strategies that we use, the tools that we need to be able to do that. But how does it feel? Sometimes we don't have the courage for it. Sometimes we don't have the support for it. Sometimes we don't have the mandate for it. In this session, we're going to spend some time thinking about the complexity and the challenge and the fear of disrupting it, and how we might develop the tools to be able to feel bold in that, connected in that. I'm going to invite someone to read this quote, please. Beyonce hand, if you're happy to read, and dancing Mike, you can dance your way over if you like. It's like anybody who moves their hand even a tiny little bit. It's like, you, yeah, great, thank you.
Care does not look a specific way. If we are caring in ways that make a difference, with patience, generosity, openness, and clarity, it will not fit into the models that are currently set up, because those models have no space for care. They don't even consider it.
Thank you. In this room, we are change makers. We are doers, we are thinkers, we are connectors, we are people moving into leading positions, we are advocates. And we're still finding it difficult. This is a quote from Tony D. Paul, an incredible artist that we work with, who has helped us to challenge a lot of the assumptions that we make around what centering care in your work might look and feel like. She helped us to think about how care is very often co-opted. She helped us to think about what it is to prioritize care in productivity-centered systems and to sit with that continuous tension and acknowledge it as we move forward, as we imagine in collective spaces together. Dancing mics, someone want to read this out for us? I love the, if you're on Zoom, everybody in this room is Beyonce waving. That's what's happening. It's huge and it's unwieldy. And somebody will, if you leave enough pause, somebody will relent and Beyonce wave. Yes! Thank you at the back. This is a quote from an artist called Selena Thompson that some of you might know about. If not, look her up.
Care has been co-opted as a buzzword by people who do not know what it means or how to practice it, but know it is something they should talk about.
Thank you. This is not the only space that people are talking about care in. People are having conversations about care practices in the private sector, in corporate buildings, in schools, in local government. It is in the zeitgeist. And that means that there is a very real threat of it quickly becoming meaningless. A shortcut, a way to signpost something and feel good, a way to virtue signal without having to do the work. It's a very real threat. How do we stop doing that? We like to introduce this term of radical care, radical in its very essence, of like going right to the roots of something. We talked a lot about space in earlier sessions today. We talked about the space to breathe and think and digest. We have a lot on our hearts and a lot in our heads to take away with us. But one of the things that we like to invite everyone to do back in your organizations or with the people that you collaborate with is to really dig deep into what does care mean for us in this space, in the work that we do. Because if we try to create one-size-fits-all models, they will exclude people. And if we try to fix them, we will not be able to grow and evolve them as we discover more. And it's a very real risk. In the last conversation, we were talking a lot about policy and how we can be inherited policies. And like the first policies, let's be real, we inherited from the original startup, the East India Company. And we know some of the problems with that. We have to really resist the temptation to put something into paper that we then hold and carry tight to our chests and assume that we've internalized and embedded in our practice, but do not revisit. Do not take the time to re-look at. And do not take the time to analyze with the new people that we work with, what does this mean for you? How do we break down some of the assumptions that we're coming with about what care-centered practice might look like in this relationship, in this project, in this context? It's not simple. It's really messy. I'm going to invite somebody to Beyonce wave. Don't all do it at once. Yeah, for Zoom, everybody did it once again. Thank you.
When living in a production-orientated society that prioritises profit over quality of life, taking the time to care for our communities is a disruptive act.
Thank you very much. That's a quote from Inga Zimprich, who is from the Feminist Health Care Research Group. We know that to care is to be fundamentally disruptive. We've disrupted the idea of a manifesto because it concretizes something that's fixed. What we'd like to propose instead is that we might imagine what a compass would look like. What might it be to visualize and carry a compass that helps us to orientate ourselves within care-centered work, but that changes in every context that we use it in? A set of evolving tools. It's an evolution of thought. It moves us away from those paper-based, static, inherited processes that the arts and culture sector is really full of. Now we have digital bookshelves full of files instead of those lovely kind of ring binders that were behind us. But they're still there, and they're still often as dusty, even though they don't have physical form anymore. So how do we create something that lives and breathes? I'm going to invite Mandy to walk this way, abandoning the people on Zoom on the screen over there. We're still talking to you, we just can't see you for a moment, sorry. I'm going to invite Mandy to join us. Mandy, do you want to describe yourself? Is it all right?
Hello, everyone. So my name's Mandy Quivalander. People do pronounce it incorrectly, and I don't mind. It's absolutely fine. And I am 5'7". I'm a woman with brown hair, quite sort of reddy brown at the moment, shoulder length. I've got sunglasses on my head at the moment, and I'm rocking an orange cardigan and a gold and black skirt, and my pronouns are she and her.
Thanks, Mandy. We are going to try and model something that we're going to then invite you to do in the space. Okay. So this is one of the practices that People United have been experimenting with. It's great when you lead with experimenting because it means it might not work. It means it might not work in this space, and it means it might not work right now. We're going to try. Mandy, can you introduce to us what it is and why you started playing with it?
So we're sort of talking about the element of confession. So this is something that we're going to ask you to do shortly. But initially what we're doing is we're talking about People United and how we have developed the thought process around confession and why that's necessary. So it all started with moving a table. We work in a really lovely office, but it was quite disconnected. We were sitting at our desks and we were having team catch-ups. So we decided to put a round table in the middle of the room so that we all had the opportunity to join together regularly to discuss things. So we've prioritised a space to breathe. We checked in with individuals during this time. We created conditions for radical honesty. So we didn't want to just share success. We also wanted to acknowledge unintentional issues that may have risen, that may potentially cause harm to other people. But hopefully this would be something that would prevent that from happening.
I just want to interrupt you in a moment just to reflect on the fact that People United is a collaborative, small organisation with a team who work collaboratively and talk about working collaboratively.
We do, and we specifically want to work with a really wide range of artists and community groups, and we do really want to push ourselves with that so that we, you know, that's something that can add, you know, additional issues and strains sometimes within the group, but it's something that we really want to push hard to do.
I'm going to put a but in there.
Okay.
Because that's the intention, and that's definitely what we talk about. But also there is a default that will maybe resonate with a lot of people in the space, which is that when we go into delivery mode and lots of things are overlapping, what happens is that the intention of collaborating, the intention of transparency often reverts into siloed working practices. Does that resonate for anyone in the space? Yeah. So there's this dissonance that happens between the intention, the discussed values, the agreement of how our working practices are going to unfurl, and then the reality of what that siloed working does. So this circular table was an interventionist practice that went like, how can we move past some of those patterns of behaviour by moving really intentionally into a space where we forefront collaboration at the beginning of every day. So we can't forget about it. It can't drift over here. And we also remind ourselves at the beginning of every day, why are we doing this work? Which sounds really silly. But actually, often that's the stuff that filters right to the back of the brain as you're doing logistics and budgets and moving around and picking people up from here and making them go over here and are all the participants here? And is everyone that's in this space supposed to be in this space? So this act is of resistance.
Yeah, and it's really helped us with our learning, actually, because now the learning that we have from, and I'm going to go into our confession in a minute because I know that's what this is about, it sort of helped us to plan breathing space into all of our projects. So our actions moving forward are to include breathing space and punctuations throughout the project to make it possible to revisit this area.
Okay, Mandy. Bring some of the confessions that have arrived at the table to this space.
Okay, so last year we had an amazing project called Futures of Care. Google it, it is amazing. We are a small team and it was quite intense. A lot of the projects were culminating at the same time. I have to say that our CEO, Janice, who sadly isn't with us today and was supposed to be, she did actually approach me and we had a really great conversation around that time. She said that she had actually, you know, we all had, but she had been sort of balancing the needs of the team, the artists, the other parts of the project. And actually that she'd recognised that some members of the team had some quite complex needs that really needed to be supported. And that had required her to sort of put her energy and her time into that. But that she had also lent on other people in the team that she had perceived to be strong and resilient, and that she had really recognised the fact that she'd done that. My confession is, as one of those people, I was not okay. At the time, I didn't have the vocabulary to express that, so the situation didn't change. But it's great now that we've had this conversation that has actually been highlighted. And I now feel really confident to be able to do that moving forward, and so does she.
Thank you, Mandy.
That's okay.
It's a conversation that then echoed with the artists that we were working with the participants that we were working with, and began to inform the way that we moved together. And one of the reflections that came back from one of the artists that was collaborating on Futures of Care is, what looks like your failure might be my success. I'm just going to repeat that again. What looks like your failure might be my success. The internal thinking and percolation around this was really revealing. It led to some realizations about how able-bodied neurotypical thinking had informed our commissioning process. And though the processes were being designed to centre care, the right people were not involved in the design process. And for an organisation that is exploring co-design with Care Centre, that has been a huge paradigm shift. And it takes a lot, as Janice would say if she was here, to stand up and say, this is what we do, and then go, we were not doing it well. We have been doing it in a very flawed way. And we know that now because we opened ourselves up to people to tell us their authentic experience of what it was to work with us. And that means sometimes that you hear things that you do not want to hear. And that you then have a responsibility for changing the way that your practice evolves afterwards, and for creating structures and conversations around those accountability conversations to make sure that it doesn't become a piece of paper, right? These were the learnings. We're done now. We've got it. We've sorted it. We've got it. I'm going to invite you to take your manifesto. And I'm going to invite you to crunch it in a ball. Thank you. And hold it in your hand as you turn to somebody next to you, ideally who you do not work with. For anybody that's gravitated towards people that they share a daily desk with or Zoom room, this is your opportunity to move, okay? And we are going to invite you to share a care confession. So this is leaning into that gap between intention and impact. This is leaning into the vulnerability that we've been talking about a lot today. It's leaning into authenticity. It's leaning into radical honesty. It's leaning into difficult conversations, into sitting into the uncomfortable reality of things. So we're going to invite you to explore this question together. When have your attempts at centering care had unintended impacts or caused harm? We're going to give you 10 minutes to do it, which means if you're moving fast. So this is the moment where you move from the people that you are sitting next to, that you work with. Let's go. Yeah, I'm seeing some people moving, they're getting up, they're moving across. Thank you for your honesty. If you're in the Zoom room, this is an opportunity for you to share the Jamboard as a way of sharing with all the people that are online, and we'll bring some of your thoughts in the space too. So use it as a creative free writing activity. Okay, you now have 10 minutes. Please make sure that you share that space equitably between the two of you. And let the confessions begin. Okay, I'm going to invite everyone in the room to finish this thread of thought. Oh, lights, nice. Thank you. Can you turn the lights back on them as well so I can see their eyebrows? Thank you. Show me with your eyebrows how that conversation was. Great. Brilliant. Mandy, what are the eyebrows doing on Zoom? And on Zoom behind you, what's going on with the eyebrow action? No pressure to the two people with their cameras on, but we really need some eyebrow action in this moment. Thank you. Deeply appreciated, Zoom people. Okay. I'm going to invite you to take your scrunched up ball and open it out. And just hold your landscape up before your eyes and take a look at what you've created. The mountains, the valleys, the cliff edges. I'm going to invite you to lean back into the conversation that you were having. But I'm going to invite you to use these 3 prompts. Where are you in the landscape? What can you see? Are you on the top of a mountain with great vantage point and you can see all the brilliant, immersive, emerging practice that's happening everywhere? Are you in a small siloed cave that you can't see anything? How do you know what's happening elsewhere and where there might be potential to learn? Where might you share insights? Where do you experience a culture of care? In your landscape, where do you experience a culture of care? And the third thing, in this interconnected landscape that we are all on, regardless of what your paper looks like, I'm looking particularly at the people who've managed to do this. We're all on the same landscape. Where do you have agency to influence? Where do you have agency to influence and inform a care-centered culture? Turn back to the person that you were talking to before. If you're joining us on Zoom, please lean into the Jamboard and flex those typing fingers so that we can benefit from your learning and insight too. I'm going to give you 6 minutes because I'm really mean. Go. And then I'm going to invite everybody to bring their focus back to their landscape and see if you can balance your landscape on one finger. It's the end of the day. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one, I know. As we balance our landscapes on one finger, I'm going to share with you a quote from an artist that we've been working with. Right now, when I think of care, I am overwhelmed by the big responsibility. It's so heavy. The weight of it is huge. Caring for my friends, family, the environment, anyone the government isn't caring for. Sometimes in the pressure of it all and the weight of responsibility, especially with a care-centered organization, the weight can crush us, the work or the people we work with. There is so much seriousness that comes with care. And that seriousness sucks the oxygen out of new possibilities. Where is the lightness in care? How do we play our way into it? I'm going to invite you to raise your landscape above your head. And then I'm going to invite you to see if you can use your breath to make it float. Okay? I'm going to count down from 3 and then you're all going to do incredible work. From home, this is going to look spectacular. If you're zooming in, it's like a collective flash mob of fireworks. Okay, 3, 2, 1. From Zoom, it was dazzling. Really dazzling. So how do we play our way into it? Maybe we scrunch up the papers that we've inherited. Maybe we throw away the bits that no longer feel fit for purpose, that define the actions that we have grown out of. Maybe we learn to find value in the texture and the breadth of possibility. Maybe we learn to see more of the landscape we're operating in. Maybe we use new tools to navigate in it. Maybe we find hope in the opportunity of moving alongside many people who are also finding their ways to experiment and learn and evolve and vogue. Maybe this hope lies in knowing that we're traveling with important questions, with robust and evolving tools in good company, towards a vision and maybe even towards a culture of care, in which care is co-designed, meaningful, mutual. Maybe the greatest act of resistance might just be togetherness. I'm going to invite you to put your hands out in front of you. As we take a moment to just ground back and trigger our parasympathetic system so that we can rest and digest, cross your hands over your body's meridian and reach across to your shoulders. Take a deep breath in and out. I'm going to invite you to pat down the side of your arms till your hands meet and rub them together. And I'm going to invite you to use those tingling fingertips across your open chest and shoulders. And I'm going to invite you to hold your hands out in front of you and shake them off. With these tingling fingers, full from this day's richness, maybe we will begin to sense differently. Maybe we can work together to explore what a radical compass for radical care might look like. And maybe we'll get to do a bit more journeying together. Thank you, everyone, for voguing and speaking and floating and blowing and scrunching and throwing. It's deeply appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah, I asked you before how you're feeling, and some of you said you were feeling knackered. Something tells me you're feeling really rejuvenated after that session, right? There we go. That's what I needed to hear. Again, massive thank you to People Unlimited for their session there. Really enjoyed that. I'm going to hand over now for some closing remarks to Hilary, CARTY, OBE, obviously Exec Director here at CLAW Leadership, to offer some remarks, and then I will see us off for the day. Okay. Can we have a round of applause, please?
Thank you so much. Wow, what a powerful day. Thank you so much for hanging in there. I'm particularly impressed that everyone has kept the energy going, kept the vibe going, online as well as in the room. It's a real compliment, I tell you. We at CLAW Leadership strive as hard as we can to try and create a day that's going to be useful. It's one of my words of the moment. We've got to be useful. You know, no one's got time to waste. We really need to make sure we're doing something positive, something that means something that lands well. And the interactions that I'm hearing in between and around all of the sessions is that utility is there. So I really encourage you to grab all of the elements, grab all the juice from different parts of the day that have worked for you. What might have worked for you might not have worked for someone else. It doesn't matter, because as we've been focusing on today, that issue is about self-care. It's about what works for me. It's about how can I, this beautiful phrase, grab your worthiness from within. You know, sort of, this one's about me. What does it mean for me to stand tall? What does it mean for me to be my full self? When can I do that? Where can I do that? Where am I open? Where am I accepted? Where does it feel natural to be me? And what we're trying to do is to create more and more spaces like that. One of the words that we started today with was about collaboration. And we have been really, really pleased to have created today in collaboration with Contact Manchester. So a big whoop whoop for the team here, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to KEISHA Thompson, CEO, who started the day with us, to our host, Reece, who's been amazing keeping it all together, to the technical team, the backstage team, the catering team, all of the teams. You know what it's like that pulls something like this together. It takes a lot of bodies and a lot of hard work, not just today, but for weeks and weeks before. Thank you all very, very much indeed. We also want to say thank you to our funders, Arts Council England, Claude Duffield Foundation, the Esme Fairbairn Foundation, core funders who support us to do the good work that we do, support us in that desire to be useful, support us in that desire to really share good models of leadership, models that are contemporary, that resonate with the leaders of today and plan for the leaders for tomorrow. Thank you also to Jake Orr, who was our producer and who helped us with the original thinking, where we brought together a number of people to say, what's current? What do people care about? What is it that they want to talk about? And that's how we gathered the day, the sessions for today. So thank you for that. But mostly I want to say thank you for our amazing speakers. I mean, whoa. it was just so special to be in the space and hear the variety of ways at which you came at that issue of care-fueled leadership. So again, for all of our speakers, another big whoop. Make them feel loved. Thank you. And I want to show love to my team at Claw Leadership. Please, every one of you, stand up. Stand up. Come on, Jonathan. Come on. Here you go. And we have a couple of team members online in the Zoom. Thank you to Amanda for holding the Zoom room for us. Take a bow. I tell you, I just love my team. They are amazing. I get to stand here and do things like this, but the work that's gone in today, the care that's gone in today, into creating today, that's one of the things that's pleased me most. Everything has been thought through, looked at, really, really done with love and care. So thank you so much to Team Claw Leadership. You are the best. So, I was asked to just share some thoughts on today, and I noticed that I've been put in between the end of a long, if energizing day and a drink in the bar. Cheers. Or a time to get off the Zoom if you're in the Zoom room. So I'll keep it really short. But I did want to just kind of pull together some of the strands from today. We started to talk about connection, community, kinship, and all of those forms of care. One of the fantastic questions from the audience, from Natalie, what would I say if I weren't scared? A lovely thing to just think about when you are a little bit terrified. What would I say if I weren't scared? How can I find that person? The question from the audience that made me giggle was, is burnout inevitable? Hell no. One of the reasons why we're doing this kind of conference in this kind of space is so that you do not have to have that burnout. Believe you me, leaders of my generation, we've burnt out for all of you. We have done it on your behalf, and we want to say, no, don't go there. Don't go there at all. Take the juice, the joy, the learning from days like today, and don't go into that burnout space. Care-fueled leadership, we really mean it. One of the things that we talked about was about witnessing, noticing, really noticing what care looks like. Putting the emotional language of care into the leadership space, using those words that 5, 10 years ago we would not have worked with, but bringing them actively into that leadership space, bringing the language of ethics into the leadership space, and bringing the cost of care into the leadership space so that we write it into the budget and we face up to the fact that it isn't free for everybody. Somewhere along the line, finances come into it, legal issues come into it, policies come into it. So let's bring that right up the agenda and face up to the wholesomeness of care. Pick up your worthiness from within. Beautiful poem by Ella. Where do you experience the culture of care? Where do you experience that? Where can you be your full self? Find that space and use it. One of the things that I want to do is to end very much as we began, using the exercise that GAYLENE taught us, which was to stand, do it with me, with your feet. Place both feet firmly on the ground so that you can be grounded. Close your eyes if it's available to you, if that's what feels comfortable. And we're going to breathe in and breathe out. And breathe in and breathe out. And as you breathe in, I want you to breathe in kinship. And as you breathe out, I invite you to breathe out care. Breathe in compassion. Breathe out connection. Breathe in community. Breathe out love. From all at Claw Leadership, thank you. Re-up, revive, and regain. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.